No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is Hit and Run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the face, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckle scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.
Be advised, all units go for local car moving at high speed through downtown Dallas.
We the roam.
Hey, welcome to Hit and Run. I got my brother Fearless in the background. I'm going to bring him up, but tonight we discuss one of the most controversial self-defense cases in America right now. A mother discovers a man beneath her 13-year-old daughter's bed. Moments later, he's dead. Was it lawful self-defense? Was it understandable, but still murder? Or what is it, one of these rare cases where the law and common sense don't always agree? Tonight, we're going to break it down with the evidence that's out there right now, the law, and compare the cases in 6 landmark self-defense decisions that changed America. Welcome, my brother Fearless, to the live. Obviously, my co-host, my fellow conspirator.
This is a difficult one, man. This is different because I think we got to hit all angles. I think it's very controversial when I seen it online where someone was with the mom, said, you know, hey, you know, in person in the house, they're gonna shoot him. Some say, nah, guy was outside the house, so you can't shoot him. So that's what I want to talk about on that end. Another part, what I want to talk about is, you know, we're talking about the law. Does he is 21, she's 20, she's 13.
20, yeah.
Does mental capability, what does the role of mental
impairment? Yeah.
So meaning, if someone is, because I've seen it and we'll get into it, if someone is special needs, does that give them a pass? That's one. And then I want to say, if there's a fast little girl out there that's kind of in the streets and been doing this, so much so that her mother has warned her, and you know, I know we want to say you 13 and you don't know nothing, but I've seen some of the posts that she's done and some of the Uber rides that she's paid for. And she was notorious even with her mom. That's why her mom set up cameras to know, you know, what's
Who was
going
in
on
the
in the
house?
house.
Yeah.
So there's so many facets I think we can look into. And I'm not saying I'm right, I'm wrong. I just want to explore 'em. I just want to see, you
Right.
know, where we at with them, you know, I want to see everybody else's opinion.
Yeah, and we can pull some other YouTubers up, and we can pull up some other opinions. But again, this is all speculative. I want to start off with, let's start off with the news. You know,
A woman is charged with first-degree murder after an overnight shooting in the Walker Homes neighborhood. This happened around 1:45 on Travis Road. Police arrived on the scene to find a man shot. He was pronounced dead on the scene. Kendra Scott, here on your screen, is charged with murder and possession of a firearm.
so that's one angle. We're going to go to this one. Oh, no, we did that one. So just off of that, this is like murder, and what was the other charge? Illegal discharge of a firearm?
Horn.
All right. Let me pull this one up. I got too many slides up here. So the charges currently are murder, discharging a firearm into an occupied dwelling, and 2 counts of endangerment, the welfare of a child. Which child? Her child, or, well, I guess the 20-year-old can't be considered a child because he's 20.
I think it would be, there was other children in the house. So she's a mother.
Oh, so it was more than just the 13-year-old.
Correct. She has other children that are younger than the 13-year-old.
Okay. So let's pull up this other news report. This is when she's going to get bonded out. Hold on. I got to set these up as we go.
See, I'll address some of the things. I know I'll go in with just my thing. In order to plead temporary insanity, it has to be a spur of the moment problem. You walked in, if I walked in, my wife, she in the bed with somebody else, and they doing it. I just can't leave out, go downstairs, go out the house, go grab something, come back in. That part right there, that leaving, that's where they say there's an issue.
Yeah,
That's
it starts to
number
become planned, premeditated at that point.
And with her is, from what I understand, she had cameras. So that's how she knew somebody was in the house, because she left out and then kind of came right back in. You know, there was a difference of maybe a half an hour or something where she had left and then came right back. And I think that was because she noticed somebody in her house.
Right.
Because when she came in, the door was locked, the front door, and then the bedroom.
I don't know about right back in, because it must have took, the Uber dropped him off. He was in there for a while, and then she probably had to leave from wherever she was, if she was at work or whatever, because the daughter thought she was at work, right?
Correct.
So then
when she knocks on the door,
work,
the daughter has a room locked. So she's knocking on the door like whoever in there better come out. So you can't say you're insane if you already know somebody's in your house and you know that they're not in there to rob you. They're not robbing your house. They in there in your daughter's room. Your daughter, it's different if your daughter is screaming like, somebody's in here. That's not it.
Right.
Now they're not gonna give her the benefit. They're not gonna give this woman the benefit of the doubt because of the fact, if the scenario was different, you come in, your daughter's not there, and then you see somebody under the bed, yes. But if your daughter's room is locked and you saying, let me in this room because I know somebody's in there, that means this has already happened before. She's already been caught before. And so you already know somebody's in there, not trying to rob her and not violating your daughter without her permission. I'll say it like that.
Right.
So once you do that, and then you tell the person, you got to leave, you got to get out. They walking out, and you wait until they walk outside your door. So they walking outside, they get this stuff or whatever. They walking outside the front door. You wait till they step outside the front door, and then you shoot them in the back of the head.
Right, you blast them.
That's very hard to justify any type of self-defense.
But wait a minute. I got some other news reports of similar, and not even similar. The guy it wasn't even his property. And he blasted 2 guys with a shotgun in the back. He said he was in fear for his life while he was on the phone with the cops. The guys were running away from him, from somebody else's, his neighbor's house. He still blasted them, said, I'm going to shoot him. I'm going to play that too. We're going to go through that judgment. But let's go ahead and play this IG of her being released, or her bond was set for $100,000. She finally, I guess, posted the bond.
Accused of shooting and killing a man she claims was hiding under her daughter's bed is out on bond. Kendra Scott was given a $100,000 bond by a judge Monday, and court records show she posted bail Wednesday. Last Thursday, police responded to the shooting at a home on Travis Road. Now, according to Scott, she found the man hiding when she got home around 1:30 that morning. Reports show the child invited the man and let him in. Scott is scheduled to appear back in court August.
That's my problem. Look, she know her daughter. This the problem, man. She know her daughter. That's why she warned her daughter. She know what her daughter doing. And so I don't want to get into the daughter yet. I want to say that I just want to concentrate on the woman. When she say she found him under the bed, we're not gonna get on that yet. We're gonna deal with that, but we got to talk about this, just the murder part. Let's take the age out of it, because here's the thing. She didn't know the dude's age. She didn't say, hey, give me your ID. How old are you? What's your age? She didn't know none of that. She just know that there was someone under her daughter's bed.
Right.
So she don't, that age, all of that, that's after the fact. That's not during. So during, she didn't know any of this. And so, as the woman said here, the daughter invited her. So she knew that the daughter invited her, because the daughter, like I said, locked the door and wouldn't let the mom in. Because you know how it is. Let me in your room. Get under the bed. Get under the bed. Hide. And the mom come in. The mom had already seen somebody there. Who's in? I know somebody in here. Who? Oh, then she looked under the bed. She seen. So she had already known what the game was, because her daughter had done it before.
Right.
So at that point, you know, if the guy lunged at her, if the guy was a threat to her at that point, I can understand. But once the threat is no longer there and he walking away,
you're no longer in threat, so
yeah,
you can't shoot. So correct. You think.
And I heard people online saying, if I found somebody in my daughter's bed, I shoot them too. And I understand that's an emotional thing. But there's a lot of factors you're not taking into account. The actions of your daughter, past behavior that your daughter did, your knowing of that. Was that a threat? Y'all saying y'all know the age of the person, but that's not known at the time. And if you look at the guy, he's not looking like he looking like he got some issues. You know, you know the people, you can see him like, yeah, he not all there.
Right.
So what was the purpose of her shooting him? What's the purpose of shooting him? Was he a threat? Or I'm just going to show you?
I think it's more, I'm going to show you. So this is from People magazine, and this is literally what the daughter is telling the reporter or the person interviewed or what they got from the police. I'm going to share this screen with you. So I don't know if you guys can see that. So it says Scott, per affidavit, told officers that she came home and saw the dude under the kid's bed. I did what I had to do, is what she said. I did what I had to do. Sorry. And then she allegedly told police, Scott's child told police that this is the little girl that told them that she had invited Morton into the home at 1:20 or 1:30 a.m., according to the affidavit. The juvenile told police officer Scott previously said that if she sees a boy in the house, I will put a hole in his ass, the affidavit claimed. Court reports indicates that Scott is charged with first-degree murder. She appeared on Monday, July 20th, and granted a $100,000 bond. So basically, out of her own mouth, the child's mouth, the mother had already threatened that if she sees a boy, meaning this has happened more than once. This is what me and Fearless are saying off camera. This is not the first time this situation has happened. Maybe not with this one young man, but this child is known to act out sexually, unfortunately. And her mother was tired of it, so she made a bold threat. So is that premeditated at that point? No, because it's not on one particular person. It was just an open veiled threat.
So my thing is this. All right, let me just flip the scenario. I'm just curious. I'm just throwing thing out there. If you come home, I'm just curious. You come home and your wife in the bed with another dude. Who you mad at?
I'm mad at my wife because she know better.
The dude,
I can't
you
be
don't
mad
know what
at
he know.
Right. Now, if he walked in and he saw all the family photos, my face all up there, that should put a question in. Like, who is he? Harpo? Who is he? You know what I'm saying? Who is that fool on the wall? I thought you were divorced. You get what I'm saying? I would have been saying all kind of shit like that, but brothers, let the little heads start talking for them before they even start thinking about the repercussions of walking into an environment you don't know about. I'm setting up another video.
Born a retired.
We're gonna talk about this guy next, because this goes hand in hand with what's going on overall. We're gonna review several other cases that have some kind of similar ring where somebody wound up getting shot, and one woman just fired a warning shot, had 6 years put on her for a warning shot. She hit nobody.
So the thing is, and they say, like, I see something that people don't know what he said. There's nothing you can say. What are you gonna say to justify somebody shooting you in the back of the head?
Right.
If I'm walking out, I'm out. What can I say? I'm gonna beat your ass. What can I say that justifies you shooting me with my, in the back with turned around? That's number one. Number two, do we put any culpability on the girl?
Mm-hmm.
If she knows that the next time somebody comes into the house, what the mom said they're gonna do, isn't that kind of on somebody? Yeah. Isn't that on her, because she knows what her mom was capable of?
She knew her mom was capable of. Yeah. And I'm not gonna put the little girl on screen because I do have her IG, but not more than a couple days ago, she posted happy-go-lucky pictures like nothing even happened. Okay. But you can see that's being said on his page. Okay. So it's kind of lopsided, and we always run to the aid of women. And I'm not saying we're simping. And obviously that was a young woman or a young girl, a teenage girl at that. And by the way, that little girl is the age of my granddaughter.
I'm gonna say this. Look, all right. I'm gonna say this. I think I had to be in college because I went up to Muncie, Indiana. I just remember I went up to Muncie. I met this chick out and met her at an amusement park. And then I went to Muncie, Indiana to see her.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen her sister. And her sister was 13. And I said, wow. It was the first time I had seen now Muncie, Indiana, it's in kind of like the cornfield, it's out there. It's no major city there. When you're driving there, you're driving past wheat and cornfields.
Mm-hmm.
I seen her sister who was 13. And I said, wow, you 13? Like it was a real 13-year-old, meaning she was still playing with like some dolls. They were still braiding the hair. And I say that because in the city, you didn't see no 13-year-olds being 13. It was so weird to me to see a little girl, like a little girl.
Right.
And this is, 30 years ago. And when I'm saying I seen a 13-year-old girl look like a 13-year-old girl, that means in my time, the 13-year-olds wasn't dressing like that. They was out there. So I don't know where to put the blame. The mom knew her daughter better than anyone else.
Right. Now, like I said, there are other cases that are similar, and we're not going to just talk about this one case without looking at some history. And we're going to build a case to see.
That's him. He's show him again. That's him.
Yeah.
And even after that, she wrote and said something like, "That's my baby daddy." I don't know. She put something crazy on.
But I mean, you have people in here saying, "Look, you had to go." What the hell? Now, blanking out that he has special needs, that the girl sent an Uber for him. How the hell she have access to an Uber and a credit card to pay for the Uber? That's a whole nother story. But people are glazing over some facts because of her age. And there's some family members that you got in your own goddamn family that are ratchet as hell, grew up around ratchet parents or cousins or whatever, and that little girl is just as ratchet as their mother. But it's family, right? Y'all gonna ignore all the fucking negative shit. But here we're gonna go through some cases, and I'm gonna start with Joe.
Burglarizing his neighbor's home. He immediately called 911, and during that call, the dispatcher repeatedly instructed him to stay inside and wait for police. Instead, Horn armed himself with a shotgun, went outside, confronted the suspects, and fatally shot both men as they attempted to flee. The legal question became simple but controversial. Can a homeowner legally use deadly force to protect property when the immediate threat is no longer directed at them? A Texas grand jury ultimately declined to indict Joe Horn. Texas law at the time provided unusually broad protections for the use of deadly force in defense of property under certain circumstances.
Wait, where was this at?
Especially.
This was in Texas. Hold on now.
No, in Texas. No, I'm saying in Texas,
yeah,
you can protect your property. that's why.
It was, and here's the thing: it wasn't his property. Now let's play the video.
Retired 61-year-old computer manager who lives in this affluent subdivision in Pasadena, Texas.
See if you can turn that up just a little bit.
911 to report a burglary in broad daylight at the house next door.
Unfortunately not.
I've got a shotgun. Do you want me to stop him?
Nope, don't do that. Ain't no property worth shooting somebody over, okay?
Joe Horn sounds clearly upset.
I'm not going to let him get away with it. I can't take a chance on getting killed over this, okay?
No.
I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot.
But the 911 dispatcher warns Horn to stay inside at least a dozen separate times.
I've got officers coming out there. I don't want you to go outside that house.
Then Horn, sounding angrier by the moment, cites the new Texas law.
that I have a right to protect myself too, sir, and you
Yes, you do.
understand that.
Yes,
And the
you
laws have been changed in this country since September the 1st, and you know it and I know it.
Oh, he's
Moments
guilty.
later, Horn sees two burglars leave his neighbor's house, one of them carrying a bag filled with cash and jewelry.
Okay,
I'm gonna
stay
kill
in the
him.
house.
They're getting away.
That's all right. Property's not worth killing someone over. Okay?
God damn it.
But Horn
He
defies
mad.
the dispatcher.
He mad over the
Here
fact
it
he
goes,
can't
buddy.
go out there and shoot somebody in his
Here's the
neighbor's
shotgun
yard.
Clicking, and I'm going.
Don't go outside.
Joe Horn says he came out of his door, down the porch to see what was going on, and confronted the two burglars who were near that tree only a few feet away.
The next sounds you hear are Joe Horn ordering the two men to stop and then shooting them.
Move. You're dead.
Then Horn calls 911 again.
Get the law over here quick, man. Get one of them's in the front yard over there. He's down. The other one's run down the street.
Where
I
are
had
you?
no charge. They came in the front yard with me, man. Dude, I
Did
shot
you
him. Okay?
He said he came in the front yard with him.
Yes, I did.
Where were the suspects shot?
Listen,
Both the suspects were hit in the back.
They were both shot in the back.
Right, not at the same angle, but both suspects were hit in the back.
Killed were two illegal immigrants from Colombia, Diego Ortiz and Miguel de Jesus, whose fiancée now wants to see Joe Horn prosecuted.
This man took the law into his own hands. He shot two individuals in the back after being told over and over to stay inside. It was his choice to go outside and his choice to take two lives.
After the shootings, Horn was not arrested, but a grand jury will now decide whether he should face any charges. Horn turned down our request for an interview. His attorney insists Horn wasn't.
so that's one case right there.
Before we go on, let me give a shout out to Dorothy Hubbard. Dorothy Hubbard, thank you for the $5 cash app. That is greatly appreciated. And if you can come up anytime, I would like to hear your views on what you think, because all I'm giving is an opinion. And I'm just calling it how I see it. I could be right, I could be wrong, and maybe I might do something different if I'm in the same situation. We are Monday morning quarterbacking, and we're doing it under, calm and weigh rationally how we think. But with this dude here, he was wrong. I think he was just pissed. He was pissed.
You could tell he was irritated that he couldn't take the law in his hands. He couldn't implement using that shotgun against somebody at his neighbor's house. And it goes on that they say, "Did you know the neighbor?" He goes, "No, I didn't know the neighbor at all." So part of the law is if your neighbor gives you charge on their property, then by extension, it becomes part of your property and you're allowed and entitled to defend the property. He don't even know the neighbor, so that is implied to be wrong. So he didn't have permission to go and guard and shoot somebody on somebody else's property. So he couldn't even shoot him for trespass.
So I'm just going to tell you guys, I'm in Texas, and you were in Texas. Texas is
well. I'll be back.
Texas is a little different. I mean, there's spots where I seen a guy shoot a person repossessing his car because it was some old law about somebody coming onto your property and stealing your cattle. And they used that law to say that was their property and you came on, and Texas is different. Everybody in Texas is carrying. And I see that they didn't indict it. But, and I'm going to tell you probably why. I'm going to tell you why. Whoever was saying it was saying, well, what if, you know how it is. Aren't you tired of these people breaking in your house? These people breaking in your house. Right. And wouldn't you want a neighbor like Joe Horn that looks out for his neighbors when they gone? The neighbor, when we got a neighborhood watch and you want somebody like Joe Horn in your neighborhood, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want that? And when you're talking to a group of people that look like him against the people who look like who broke in, they're not indicting. They're not indicting.
No, they're not, especially if they look like him. Now, if you look like the other person, which we're going to touch on the third case, then you might have some problems trying to get away with that.
So what you think about this dude?
I'm setting up the next video.
I think somebody like, and this becomes the problem. And we don't have a universal law. It becomes gray. People get in their feelings about, how they feel, especially when crime is going one way. And you could have a case very similar and come out very, very different. It matters who your jury is, how they feeling that day. And I still want to go in, I don't know how you got it, was shot in the back, some Texas law. But if somebody's, all right, let me just ask, let's ask this. What if the police showed up? Police are there, and the dude see the police, and they start running away. And the police shoot him in the back.
Right.
What would y'all say then?
Oh, that was a good shoot. He was trying to run away from the scene of the crime.
Nah, because the police, you can't shoot a fleeing felon in the back.
Oh, you can't?
No. You can't do that.
Not even an armed suspect? I thought he had a gun. He shot at me.
All right. You got to say the circumstances. That's going to... All right, now you got to go with what can be done and what is done. It can't be done.
Who are the best at twisting the law to their benefit?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, what they're going to say is, he turned back and, he turned. He was shooting back, or he turned back, and so that's, you're not supposed to shoot a fleeing felon, but
they find workarounds.
Yes.
They find the verbiage in order to get away with it.
But the civilians, that's I don't see it.
All right, we're gonna play our next case.
The lesson from this case is,
what's the lesson?
After repeated burglaries, Byron Smith believed his home would be targeted again. He armed himself and waited in his basement.
That's laying
When
away.
two teenagers entered the house, Smith opened fire, killing both intruders. The prosecution argued that after the immediate danger had ended, Smith continued using deadly force. The jury agreed.
Wow.
Smith was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole.
This
This case demonstrates one of the most important principles in self-defense law. The right to defend yourself exists while the threat is immediate. Once that threat has ended, continued deadly force may no longer be legally justified.
All right,
Marissa
all right, so let me understand this, because the way they first presented it didn't seem, so somebody breaks into his house, right?
Well, if you want the real video, give me 4 minutes.
All right.
That was just the basis of facts. I had that recorded just for facts. This is actually a true crime story on that story and what really happened.
Little Falls, Minnesota history.
They were very, very terrified. And as it turns out, they had very good reason to be terrified.
Little Falls is a small rural town in central Minnesota.
It's usually a trouble-free little town.
But it would never be the same again once Byron Smith, living like an old hermit on Elm Street, invited investigators into a house that would resemble the scene out of a horror film.
It was Nightmare on Elm Street.
Byron Smith had always been an enigma in Little Falls, where he was born and raised.
He was a very private person.
He just wanted to mind his own business. Didn't really have very many friends.
But he was said to be dismayed about the drug-related crime, including a recent wave of burglaries.
And I can remember him saying, I traveled the world. I never experienced stuff like this.
Bill says Byron's home had been burglarized several times.
In fact, got to a point when he told me one day, he says, Bill, when you come down to visit me, ring the doorbell, count to 10 and ring it again before I know it's you.
Damn.
We put the cameras in. He put them in spots where they were sort of hidden.
Byron would become even more reclusive, staying home, monitoring the newly installed security cameras on his computer.
He didn't want to go anywhere because every time he left, he would be robbed.
Kathy Lange says Byron didn't even join them for Thanksgiving dinner as he had done every year.
Say that again?
Shit, I'd be pissed too every time I leave somebody coming to my house.
Yeah, but what's the point of having cameras for evidence if you're going to sit there and lay in wait for the person to come rob you instead of just get it documented and turn it over to the police?
Because what happens is, all right, even if the police find them, the stuff they stolen, you're not getting back. You ain't gonna sue them.
They've recovered stolen goods before.
Rarely. And then,
so see, you're doing the same thing Byron's doing. You assuming
no, because usually, how many times they done stole from him, he ain't getting nothing back.
But a lot of times what the cops do is they go around and find out where the fencing spots are, the pawn shops and all that. And even when they catch the people, they'll go back and say, where did you pawn this stuff off at?
Let's say they even did that. But if they did it, they would have caught the people who pawned it. So beyond that, they catch the people. You don't recover anything as the victim. Once they stole your stuff and it's gone, who you suing? You ain't suing the people. They poor. That's why they still breaking in your house. They never paying you. So you out every time somebody breaks something. I tell you a good one. I tell you. I used to see where people would, and this is nice neighborhoods, they would break the window to get into the car to steal something. It'd be like some change or something like that. The people would be so upset that they just said, you know what? I just left my doors open to my car.
Right.
Because it cost me more to fix the window than what they were stealing out of the car. So every time they do it, and then if they catch them, I'm still paying for my window. I'm still paying for it. I never get it recovered. And so it just becomes a waste. So, some people get tired of that waste. Go ahead and play my man. So far, I'm on his side.
Okay, hold on.
He was fearful. He didn't know who was doing this. Plus, they stole his guns.
And eerily, on that very same Thanksgiving day, as Byron is home alone, burglars try to break in. But the intruders were about to face more than they bargained for.
We got a serious problem on this river area.
Okay, what kind of problem are we talking?
Well, we have a break-in situation that happened on Elm Street.
Sergeant Lubert.
At first, it was kind of shock. It goes from investigating a burglary and a break-in to investigating a homicide.
And tragically, the slain intruders would turn out to be a pair of unarmed local teenagers who were still in high school.
All of a sudden, we have two dead kids in a guy's house.
I knew we had one mess of a case.
All right. Two things.
So the optics is real fucked up on that one. So
here go the optics. Them some white teenagers. He gone. All right. So see, this is why justice, when they say justice is blind, it's not.
No, it ain't.
You got two white teenagers, and then what did they say about him? He's a recluse. He stays in his house. Nobody sees him. Who they gonna like more? Those white innocent kids who was just out doing something crazy one night, or the recluse that nobody in town talks to, that stays to itself, that everybody says, that's him. He lives in, matter of fact, he lives on Elm Street. He's a nightmare on Elm Street. Think about it.
Right.
And I think what happened was, I don't think they even probably died immediately. He probably, that was some revenge stuff. He was like, oh, bitch, you shot me? Okay. You broke in my house? Oh, you gonna suffer. And he just didn't care. He's like, I'm gonna take care of you. So his after effect was probably it. If he would have called immediately and let them lay, let them die where they lay, that might have been different.
Right.
His thing was more, I'm going to show you.
But the kids had their shoes kicked off, like they were comfortable. Like, how long did you allow them to be in your house? Allow the kids to have their shoes kicked off, sitting down, lounging in your house, and you got cameras, and you're in the house presently at the same time. That's you laying in wait, bro. You're not giving no warnings. You're not giving shit. You already fed up. So anybody watching his house is just going to get it.
See, I don't know with this lady. One thing that really, I wouldn't say concerns me is her bond was only $100,000.
Right. That ain't too
really
high.
a high bond.
But again, now the city has to give the appearance of empathy because her daughter, her 13-year-old daughter, was accosted most likely by this 20-year-old. They don't know because, I mean, obviously the boy must have been dressed if he was under the bed. That wasn't even spoken about. Was the boy undressed? Did he have his clothes on? I mean, hell, he was hiding under the bed. How much time did he have to get his clothes on if they were really doing something? You get what I mean? There's a whole bunch of things that are kind of sketchy in the facts. But $100,000 is nothing on a murder charge. Should have been $1 million.
And so I know a lot of people say, well, she was 13 and he was 20. All right. As the mom didn't know his age, and I know that they're always going to say it doesn't matter. See, this is where my problem always comes in. You say it doesn't matter. And to me, it does, because I think there was a baseball player that got convicted, either convicted or charged or something crazy, just like this. He was at a club. He meets a girl at a club where they ID you. In order to get in the club, you have to be 21. He goes back and he's with her, only to find out she lied and used fake ID to get into the club. And they say he's still culpable. To me, how? I don't know how. You know, because even if you said to the girl, let me see your ID, that's that same ID she used to get into the club.
Right.
So how are you supposed to know what her age is? So with this guy, I'm not giving him an excuse, and I don't know.
I mean, but somebody
I don't know too many 13-year-olds can call an Uber for you.
But the whole thing is, somebody said that he was told that she was 16. That's still underage in that state, regardless if she said I'm not 13, I'm 16. You know, but we're gonna put that one on hold, and we're gonna go to the next case. And this is one that's kind of weird.
During an argument with her estranged husband, Alexander fired a warning shot.
Yeah, I know her.
No one was injured. She maintained she feared imminent death or serious bodily harm. Prosecutors argued her actions were not legally justified. She was initially convicted and received a lengthy mandatory sentence. Later, the conviction was overturned, and the case ended through a negotiated plea agreement. This case reminds us that courts examine more than fear. They examine whether that fear was reasonable, and whether the response was proportional to the danger that actually existed.
Whether the response
Bernhard Goetz.
proportional. Whether the response is proportional to the danger that they're like, you have the time and the wherewithal to measure your level of response based on your fear level to whatever a standard is put on you by some undisclosed means. Now I'm going to play the news report.
And with her, I think she was trying to do the responsible thing by saying, I don't want to kill nobody.
I don't want to shoot you. I just want you to leave.
Correct. So I don't know how she got more time than people who actually shoot people.
Right. But let's hear the news.
Faces up to 60 years in prison for firing a warning shot into the wall during a violent incident with her husband. Now, no one was injured. And as Think Progress notes, Alexander's husband had already been arrested 2 times before on misdemeanor battery charges against other women. Alexander was initially convicted for aggravated assault, which carries a 20-year sentence. The conviction was later overturned, and Alexander was granted a retrial. But Florida State Prosecutor Angela Corey is continuing to pursue what many feel are excessive charges for a nonviolent offense. Corey is now seeking to triple Alexander's sentence from 20.
Hold up. That was a female prosecutor or district attorney prosecuting another female in fear for her life for firing a warning shot to prevent her husband from harming her. And you got the female against another. What happened to girl code all of a sudden?
Oh, no, there's a color code on that.
There's a color code associated to law. We're knocking them all down here. White man walks away for shooting two brothers or two Colombians of darker skin in the back on the neighbor's yard, not even his own. He gets away with it. The other YT man, he has two teenagers, also YT. It looks a little more diabolical, so he goes to jail. Now you got the black woman here that fires a warning shot into a wall to prevent her husband, that has prior complaints of female battery, not against her, but other women. And she's getting the prosecutor to want to push 60 years for just firing a warning shot. Seems a little uneven to you?
I don't even know how they got to that number. It'd have been better for him to just shoot. If she would have shot him, she'd have got less time offered.
Hey, I'm curious if that was an election year, personally.
And that's how it goes. That's a sad thing.
I'm real curious to see if that was an election year that year in, let's see, what state was that? Florida. So I'm real curious to see. I'm going to remove that. Put this one up. That's Marissa. That's 2010. Was that an election year in Florida for prosecution? I don't know. Seems kind of funny though. They're pushing for maximum 60 years for a warning shot, not even harming somebody, maiming somebody, not attempt. Come on, really? And this is a mother. She's a mother.
Even though they're saying that the court tried to weigh whether it was reasonably believed she was in danger.
The husband already had prior complaints.
But let's just take that out. So if you just fire a shot in the air,
you're going to jail for 60 years now.
Damn. Yeah, that makes no sense. Do you see how that makes no sense?
It makes no sense. So the law is not deaf, blind, and dumb too. And we're not taking sides, but I'm just saying that does not weigh out. No logical person can see all that happening from a warning shot. But the prosecution is so innate on wanting to push the maximum 60 years. For what reason?
It's going around what I'm telling you, it's what's happening. I seen the next one you're going to pull up, and it's all about what's going
he's
on.
Famous. That was New York at the time. Yeah. But we're going to pull him up. Everybody calls him Benny Goats. That was a famous New York 1984 thing. Hold on, let me see. There's a whole thing with the subway vigilante type of thing going on.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. I got to queue all these videos up at the time that we're doing them. So give me a second.
And so the thing with the subway vigilante, at the time it was done, there was a lot of muggings and things going on in New York. People was getting mugged on the subway. They were doing that. And I think his demise was not that. He got away with that. His demise was everything he did after the case.
Well, yeah, I mean, this guy was obviously let's listen to the prefix and then we'll get into the actual news report.
In the New York City subway, Goats believed 4 young men were about to rob him. He drew a handgun and fired. The legal question became whether self-defense should be judged by what the defendant personally believed or what a reasonable person would have believed. The jury acquitted Goats of attempted murder but convicted him of illegal firearm possession. This case established an important principle. Fear alone is not enough. The question is whether that fear was objectively reasonable under the circumstances.
All this interpretation of what your level
George Zimmerman.
What your level of fear versus what their interpretation of your level of fear equals out to be. And that's wild to me. But here's the actual update on this video here.
An amusement park, and the subway was riddled with crime. Also in 1984, a regular guy named Bernie Getz shot 4 unarmed black men in the subway because he thought they were trying to harm him. Getz became known as the subway vigilante. You keeping up with me?
I got it. Oh, yeah, I read all about it last night.
Mm-hmm. Tell them.
Oh, my God. It made national news, and no one covered it, like Channel 11. Thank you.
I think it's silly. Silly? How so, Mr. Getz? It's irresponsible reporting.
41 years later, a new perspective on the case goes beyond the subway vigilante and the 4 innocent men he shot. Elliot Williams is an attorney, a CNN legal analyst, and author of 5 Bullets, the story of Bernie Getz, New York's explosive 80s, and the subway vigilante trial that divided a nation. Welcome. This story is, I mean, again, I'm speaking about it from someone who's just becoming acquainted with it.
Right.
But it is out of control.
It is absolutely out of control.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely bonkers and out of control. It's, I think, so many roads led through this story, and that's part of what led me to the book. It's when you just think about many of the issues that we grapple with today around race and crime and vigilantes and safety in cities. My God, that's like the...
Let's frame this real quick. I'm going to give you some ageism. In 1984, this happened. You know what year I graduated? 1985. So when you guys say you have DEI and equal rights and all this other shit that you have as given, we didn't in the 80s. That shit just came around. Y'all were privileged to have DEI and other things. This shit was still going on in the 80s when I was in high school.
And it was, you know, it was the perception. And so this is what I always say. It matters. I know we try to say justice is blind or this. It really matters what's going on at that time in the world.
Yeah.
Because at that time, people would just say, I'm fed up of getting robbed. So if anybody looks like they fought back, right or wrong, you know, they were celebrating.
And you were still looked at as what? Your skin tone. What color were you at the time you were committing this issue?
So it's going to really get back to this case that we talking about with the lady, because everybody black. So
right. Hold on. What do you
go ahead and my man play?
Go ahead and play this a little bit more, and then we'll go to the next one, which is another famous
biggest national story that we're confronting right now. A lot of that was being crystallized in 1980s New York.
Right. And I was in full disclosure, Ellie and I know each other. We went to Columbia Journalism School together.
Just a couple of years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago.
Great.
Yeah.
And I mentioned at the top, like everything that was happening in the 80s, and we could literally take out the 80s, except for the Times Square amusement park of it, and we're living, it's what we're living right now. But I wonder, why write this book now?
Yeah, I mean, a few reasons. One, I, having grown up just outside the city, I was born in Brooklyn, remember, quite frankly, from WPIX and local television, this story. And if we all think back to the formative news stories of our youth, they stick with us and how they shape our views of what news is, what race is, what crime is, what safety is, and so on. And then, you know, to the broader point, that is me and my aunt in our alley in Flatbush.
Oh my God!
Shout out to Brooklyn.
Shout out to Brooklyn, BK. But yeah, so I was 1.5 years old in that photograph. But
damn, I've seen enough, man. I feel old right now. God damn, them pictures are old, bro.
Well, what they found out later on is he was a racist.
Yeah. Before MAGA, before the right wingers, you had these closeted racist
plotting against it already. He had premeditated.
Back in the day in the Midwest, we called them rednecks and other things. But you know, and I appreciated a good redneck that could tell me face to face he was a redneck. He was somebody that was a little bit of racist. Hey, I'll take you for how you are. You know, the closeted ones are the ones you had to worry about. Those are the ones at your job that would sneak around, make sure you if you fucked up, everybody would know that you fucked up something, so they try to get you fired.
So I think what we did, we set all this up to say, like, let me see. We set all this up because we wanted to see some background. And if you can even, hold up, I want you to.
I got George Zimmerman and Kyle Rittenhouse next. And then we're done with the previous case files and all the different things that
go ahead with
could happen to her. You know, but yeah, that's a wild story in itself. But let's go ahead and stop that screening. And we're going to go to the preview of the George Zimmerman.
Zimmerman, a neighborhood watch volunteer, reported a suspicious person before a confrontation ended in a fatal shooting. He claimed he acted in self-defense. The prosecution argued otherwise. The jury acquitted Zimmerman after determining the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his use of deadly force was unlawful.
So here goes the thing. All right, so it's not that I agree with Zimmerman, because here goes the problem with the law.
About to get a,
go ahead and say you agree with how the law goes, and I'm not even agreeing with it. Everything that led up to that, you can say the police said don't go out there, don't follow him, don't confront him.
Yeah, it's not like
all of
guy,
that
right?
meant nothing. They threw that out the window. The only thing they concentrated on was to say, when he confronted, because this is how the law, this is crazy. When he, Zimmerman, confronted the teenager.
Yeah.
And then the teenager, what's his name again? I'm sorry. What's the
Tamir? Not Tamir Rice.
No.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Lord Jesus.
There's been so many of us, haven't there?
Yeah,
when he confronted the gentleman,
centers on one legal.
Go ahead. When he got I only know by Skittles, ain't that crazy? When that kid got on top of Zimmerman, at that point, at
that point he turned around and said it was stand your ground. It stopped being neighborhood watch. Now he's defending himself after Trayvon Martin. Thank you so much,
Trayvon
Smith.
Martin.
That's him.
So I know what we say, because I'm like, at any point, Zimmerman was in control to not go out there.
He had choices. He kept on making the wrong choices.
But they didn't even look at that. That's what the problem is. They said when Trayvon Martin got on top of him and had him, and I mean, it's logically, let's just talk like, if somebody that I don't know, I'm walking in the neighborhood and they come at me and they chase me and then they grab me and I don't know who you are, I'm just in my neighborhood, I'm going to defend myself.
I'm gonna buck up. Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Who are you?
But how the law goes in Florida is that stand your ground. So once he felt that his life was, even though he put it in the danger,
he put himself in mortal danger. Let's put it that way.
Once he felt his life was in danger, then the stand your ground law went into effect, and he could defend himself because he felt like that.
Yeah.
I only state what is.
Who did that? Chud the Builder.
I'm not stating what I feel and it's true.
People. Chud the Builder does that shit now, and that's why he's in jail. He would poke fights with people by talking about him, but knowing that he had a gun on him, waiting for somebody to try to swing at him, so he could use stand your ground as an option.
And think about that. That's really what was happening. I mean, with him, he knew in a sense the law that I can say whatever I want, and if somebody came at me, even though he was the aggressor, if somebody came at him, then he could justifiably shoot him.
Right.
It's people. See, what you got to understand is there's people that are just setting you up, man, for the rope-a-dope. They setting you up and they gaming you for it. We went through all of that. You want to concentrate on this lady? Let me.
No. I want to finish off with Kyle because Kyle's a big one.
Oh, Kyle.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and do him real quick, and then we can get into just focusing in on Kendra.
When self-defense is raised, the burden remains on the prosecution to disprove that defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Kyle Rittenhouse. During civil unrest in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Rittenhouse became involved in 3 separate confrontations.
3.
He argued that each use of deadly force was an act of self-defense.
Each use.
After reviewing video evidence, witness testimony, and the sequence of events, the jury acquitted him on every count.
That's insane.
The prosecution failed to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt.
I think they did that shit on purpose.
This case reinforces an important legal principle. Self-defense is judged moment by moment.
Yep.
Every encounter is evaluated independently based on what the evidence shows at the instant force was used.
At the instant. And that's what I try to tell people. We argue because remember, he was in his house. Like he came from another place.
Yeah, he came from a whole nother state. No, it wasn't even in Wisconsin. He came from a whole nother state, but I have the video back up. Hold on.
With his gun, came from a whole nother place.
Right.
And went to those protests.
Went into the environment to put himself at risk.
And they don't take any of that into account. None of that matters.
Who lets a 16-year-old kid issue out justice? I'm curious to understand how that you can't even be deputized at 16 years old. But let's play this video real quick.
The state walked the jury through all 3 shootings, starting with Joseph Rosenbaum, who Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed in a used car parking lot. As the graphic, unedited video played, Rittenhouse looked away from the screens in the courtroom. Then, as Rittenhouse walks away from Rosenbaum's body, others in the crowd try and chase him down, including Anthony Huber, who hit Rittenhouse with a skateboard. Rittenhouse's attorneys say the teen shot and killed Huber in self-defense. A third person was shot and injured. Corey Washington also testified. He took video the night of the shootings, and on his video, you can hear the shots that killed Rosenbaum. Washington says that Rittenhouse stood out to him even before the shooting because he was young, wearing surgical gloves, chain smoking, and armed with an AR-15.
I have gloves on and a gun, it is what it is, but that's why I mentioned that, because that is what stuck out to me.
The lead detective in this case spent the entire afternoon on the stand and will continue his testimony in the morning. A small housekeeping issue that came up at the conclusion of court today is that the state is trying to kick off a juror who apparently made a joke to a deputy earlier in the week. The details of that joke should be discussed tomorrow morning. Reporting in Kenosha.
And so what they said with that, and if you listen to what your thing said, it's at the moment.
Yeah.
It's at the moment.
Moment by moment.
Correct. And so that's why I said with this lady, it's very hard to say I'm in self-defense, because every moment that passes, you say, well, when did you feel your life was in danger?
Yeah. Every moment that passes from her walking him to the door, walking through or associating with him, she had every option to not shoot. She had every option to put that gun down. She had every other option in the world not to follow through on what she initially thought of when she first started talking to this young man. She was angry. And at that point, she just wanted to prove a point, whether it be to her daughter, whether it be to that young man. But you're not proving anything when you shoot somebody in the back. They're gone. So the proof is really to the public or your daughter, because feasibly, that young man's point is no point. He's no longer here.
And all right. So I want to share this real quick. And let's get back to this lady. And let's see if I can just share this. And let me know when it's shared.
I'll pull it up. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
I don't think there's any sound to this, so
hold on,
it's fine. So if you see this little girl, she's on here, and she says they don't know the rest of the story. Baby daddy, long live you, my baby daddy. F-U-C-K, my mama. So that's what the little girl posted.
All right, but we're not going to keep her too long. I don't want to put the little girl up on the page, being that she's of a certain age. That's why I kind of made people's faces look different.
But I'm saying that to say this.
Yeah.
The girl wasn't with her. The girl
wasn't on the mother's side. Right. And that's why she said my mom said these things to the policeman in that one report. You know, my mom said she was going to kill a boy if he came in the house while she wasn't home. My mom said this. Like, she wasn't even trying to cover for her mother. You know? And like I said, I was just on the young girl's page just the other day doing my research before this show. And she's happy-go-lucky. Like, she didn't just lose a young man to her habits or her bad behavior, not more than a few days prior to that.
So I want, you know, I'm just looking at some comments here. And so this is one. So let's go with this. They say his name was Roderick Morton. It says Roderick Morton was a predator through and through. And that mother protected her daughter and her community. How you feel about that?
I mean, in a way she did, but she just implemented it wrong. You know, yeah, you escorted the young man out. Matter of fact, the young man would have probably sat on the couch while you had called the cops, and you could have had him arrested for, you know, child, you know what, you know, but you decided to allow that young man to walk out the door so you could put a bullet in him.
So I'm going to read these. I'm just looking at some comments. A dead predator cannot reoffend. That's what somebody says. Then they say there's no rehabilitation for pedophiles, hebephiles, and all the other files. It's lifetime in prison. How you feel about that? Do you think that this dude was a pedophile?
I don't know. I don't know what his dating history is. I don't know. I want to make no assumptions. Like I said, I have a 14-year-old granddaughter. If something like that happened to my 14-year-old granddaughter, I would be highly upset. You know,
if what happened to your 14-year-old granddaughter?
I said if something like this had happened to my 14-year-old granddaughter, but she wasn't promiscuous. And
now,
a lot of people like to leave that word out, but I know, and a lot of people like
I'm playing
to
devil advocate on all of it.
No, I understand, and a lot of people like to leave out words like promiscuous. This is more than one time that's happened. The mother had made a veiled threat to the daughter. If she catches a boy in the house, she's going to kill him. Okay, she's going to put a bullet in his ass. So that was already an open threat to her daughter, meaning this has happened multiple times, maybe not even with this one young man, but others. This one just happened to roll the dice and hit fucking snake eyes, and he crapped out with the mother being able to get to the house quick enough to catch him.
I'm giving all views.
I don't know what this young girl is saying her age is. Obviously, young men should be programmed to ask what these girls' ages are, because these little girls are aging up when it comes to maturity and looks a hell of a lot faster, thanks to the mom saying, oh, they should be able to dress any way they want. Put makeup on, all these weaves and shit, and you're not dressing your children like children no more. You're allowing them to dress like young women. It's not an excuse. I'm just saying it's getting harder to decipher who's who.
No, I'm asking questions just as devil advocate on all sides.
And we're going to open up the panel because I want to hear everybody else's opinion. It's not just, it is the Ronin and Fearless show. It's hit and run. But we want to hear what the public is saying, what her odds are. Right now, what you're seeing on the page with this infographic is, these are what the charges are in the actual outcome of how many years, if she's convicted, she will do. And again, I said, if she's convicted, not necessarily going to mean that she's going to be convicted. We just went over cases where other people were convicted and some were let go due to whatever circumstances in those cases. All right. So I'm going to drop the open panel.
Hold up, not yet. So we can, but I want to show this.
I'm going to introduce it. Yeah, but go ahead.
I want this dude's. I'm just giving opinions. I want to see what you think about this gentleman's take on it.
Okay. I just slowed it. Hold on. Add to the
What
state.
I'm comfortable with is I know when I was 13 years old and 14 years old, it was definitely girls that age who was fucking grown men willingly. So they both wrong in this situation. It's just the truth of the matter. Definitely a grown man should not want to talk to no fucking 13-year-old. He deserves what he get. But then if your daughter invited this man in, you can't kill him and claim. I mean, you can kill him if you want, ready to go do the time, but it's murder.
I mean, if she had a conversation with him,
yeah,
I totally understand if there was an altercation
Right.
versus a conversation. But after hearing more and people will, you know, they would kind of explain it or just the story itself was unfolded. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that kind of fucked up.
Yeah, so it's like, so that's why we can't put feelings before, because I take the feeling of a 20-year-old being with a 13-year-old and then dismiss the fact that there's a good possibility that was consensual. For a girl, once we talked about before,
Even though 13 years old is not consensual age.
And let's say a dude approach her that's 20, she's 13, and she interested. That's consensual.
But she's 30.
If you don't take it, it's consensual.
It's still statutory rape though.
100% it's a charge because of age.
Yeah.
But consensual, you know, if a woman your age comes.
But I'm saying, as a 21-year-old motherfucker, bro, 13, man, go somewhere, bro.
He dead ass the fuck wrong.
Yeah.
Ain't no explaining the part of him having attraction to it and having sex with a 13-year-old. But so put like this, if me as a father, I'm mad as fuck at you. But if I know for a fact that my daughter invited you, I gotta be mad with her too. Can't dismiss the fact because she also know, okay, yeah, this man made advances to you, but you should.
But you would think that a 21-year-old would know, like, bro, she 13, bro. This is a real visible child.
Yeah.
You know this.
There was
is
no
a
way
child.
he was confused. No way
So
he was
in
confused. The part that people is uncomfortable with is I know when I was.
That's that one. So
But let me before you ask the question, let me remind everybody that's watching this watching this show. There was a movie called Belly back in the day. And in Belly, this one brother, I forgot who the actor was, had this one little girl that was coming and messing with him while he had this fine ass honey in his home. And they got on a phone conversation. And the way the phone conversation went was the little girl knew that she couldn't be penetrated, but she would suck him off. She said all this to irritate the woman that he was actually living with and dating. I think DMX actually paid the character. And Nas, if y'all remember the movie. So don't say in the community it doesn't happen, because it does, more likely than not. And so we have a habit in our community to ignore the negativity in our families because you don't talk about family business in public. Everybody knows about the aunt. Everybody knows about the uncle that might be a waywardly gay, or the aunt that might be a lesbian that might have touched one of your brothers, and the uncle that might have touched one of your sisters. And everybody was told to shut the fuck up and not say anything, and nobody pressed charges against that uncle or aunt that was sitting in the house, knowing damn well they had fucking done something to one of your cousins. So let's not pretend while we're having this conversation that this shit don't happen in our community. Okay, so let's get real about that part first before we start taking sides on who's who and what's what.
So, well, my thing is, I'm gonna go with each side. First, I'm gonna go with I'm gonna victim blame. Let's do that. I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
Now, again, the panel is open. I did drop the link in my chat and pinned it. So if you want to come up and be a part of this conversation, we are going to open it up. We are right now, an hour and 15 minutes into the conversation. So we do want other input. We went through other cases beside for this one to look at the potential of the case being overturned and decided for the mother versus it's a shut and lockdown case that the mom's going to jail.
So my devil advocate is this. Is it ever that young girl's fault?
Absolutely.
You think it is? No,
but it's also up to the man to decipher that he's messing with somebody that's underage, and that he needs to walk away. It's a man's choice to walk away, first of all. Secondly, the young girl is enticing him in some way or fashion. That's her fast ass. But you're a man. You're supposed to be able to resist whatever that little girl is doing and walk the fuck.
But see, you saying it like that. You keep saying that. But what happens? Because I'm trying to look up a case now where the girl lied about their age. Right. They where I think one guy, he met her at a club. And the club
has a card.
Correct. So if he's in the club,
she had a illegal ID card.
So do you think in that instance, if a girl lies about her age and the man unknowingly is with her, he still, what responsibility is it of his?
Listen, the barrier of entry in that respect is the club's fault, one, and then it's still the man's fault. I mean, I told you, I said this earlier, a lot of young girls are looking a lot older now. Obviously, fake IDs have been a thing for a lot of generations. This ain't happened overnight. This has been going on, like I said. So at the end of the day, I still would blame the man for looking at women that look questionable and wanting to feel like they're attracted to them in that way.
So the law goes, it don't matter if she lied. It's just crazy.
Right.
I mean, it's bad, but the law says you still are liable as a man, even if you're being lied to. Do you think that's fair? I mean,
it doesn't matter whether
no
you're
fault of your own.
You're still the man. You're still the man, and you're always going to take the major brunt of the responsibility in any situation that goes on in life. Y'all need to get used to that shit.
I mean,
even though your mom was not coddled you, I'm sorry, the law is going to go against you 95% of the time as the man when it comes down to you versus a woman.
And I'm not making it pertinent, so I'm gonna always play both sides. So do you think that's fair? Because in one sense,
not about fair.
No, I know. So I'm gonna give you another scenario. If I, as a man, have sex with a woman, I use a condom, and I take the condom off and I try to destroy the condom, and she takes the condom and try to impregnate herself, or does impregnate herself, I'm still in the wrong. If I am as a guy, I start off with a condom, like we doing a doggy style, and then I take the condom off and I keep going with it.
I get it, yeah.
She can say I raped her. How can one, meaning how can one be okay and one not be okay? How can you as a man take every precaution, meaning you didn't put yourself in the situation? Like I'm just going with the club. You didn't put yourself in a situation to meaningfully meet a young underage woman. You were in a club. And you knew that when you got in, everybody had to be a certain age. So you would just assume that everybody's a certain age. Even if you were to ask the girl for her ID,
would still be a fake ID that corroborated that her age was a certain age in order to get in the club.
So the law is written, so it's always going to be that older person or that man's.
It's their responsibility and they're wrong. And yes, he's culpable in the crime, even though she lied.
Do you think that's fair?
It's not about being fair.
No.
As a man, it's never going to, I swear to God, if you as a man is always asking, this is not fair. It's not going to be fair. You know why? Because we allowed laws to be passed that entitled these women to so much grace and empathy in the things they do and their actions that you have damn near turned the law against you as a man.
So now let me go with the second scenario.
On shells on this planet, especially in the United States and Western Hemisphere, to do anything as a man, and they know it. They will weaponize that shit against you in a heartbeat, and they know it.
So what you just said was it's the man. So now I have another question. If I get with a girl who is mentally retarded.
Oh Lord Jesus.
I'm just saying I get
Why
what
do you come out with these hypotheticals?
because
Somebody get on
no,
this
no,
panel,
you know why?
man.
Hold up, because
I don't want to deal with this hypotheticals,
no,
bro.
because I'm gonna tell you how that happened. This happened. The scenario is different, but I'll tell you. There was a nurse. I wouldn't say a nursing home because nursing home means old home. There was a
special needs care
needs care home, and one of the special needs person got pregnant, and they went after the guy. Now this story isn't that, but they found out that the parents actually paid the guy because they wanted a grandchild.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, let's just take that scenario out. So does her mental deficiency remove me of any crime, or does it make me culpable of any crime if I'm with someone who's mentally deficient?
Man, your hypotheticals are wild.
No, because here's the thing. They're saying that this guy is mentally deficient. So if he's mentally deficient, who took advantage of
So
who?
then he can't be held accountable for anything he does.
I'm only asking the question. So you just said it's wild, but I'm just giving you the same scenario with this guy. What if he's deficient? What if he has the they say he's 20 legally, but he has the mind of a 13-year-old. So does that change anything? Because you just said how crazy it was. Hold up, you just said how crazy it was if I got with a mentally deficient woman.
Let me share something. It depends on the parents' supervision of the male child. That's this guy. And where are they saying with the father, Roger's father or mother is? Where are they?
She was on. What was his name?
Are they charged if he's got a mental deficiency in that way, where it's kind of hard for him to care for himself without supervision of a competent adult? Then he would have caretakers that are looking out for his best interest, monitoring some of the things he's doing, because obviously he makes poor choices, things like that. Because they're getting a check. I can guarantee you that. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm going to share something with you. My second son had the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck. So he was starving for air. So he is autistic, okay, because of the lack of oxygen to his brain. Okay. So he stays with my ex-wife. He's always under supervision. So then I had to call in and question where are the parents of this young man and how active are they in this young man's life. Now, I saw a video of the young man spreading all this money at one point. Okay, so he had a lot of money, fanning it out.
But you don't know how he got it. Sometimes
I don't know how he got it. I don't know what he's up to. But where are the parents that are allowing that to be put on to show that kind of persona of this young man?
But then I would have to say, I've seen videos of the little girl dropping it like it's hot. And then I would ask you the same question. Where's a mom that allows her 13-year-old to get on the internet and drop it like it's hot?
You know me, there's no exclusion. Moms are culpable just like fathers.
So when I asked you if I took advantage of a mentally unstable woman, you looked at me like, man, that's bad. You Fearless, how could you do that? Do we have the same thing for a girl who knew the guy? I can't say what she knew.
She doesn't know that the kid might have mental disabilities or anything like that. I mean, it's not like he's going to tell her, but I mean, at the same time, both of them are not.
I knew some people in my neighborhood.
Both of them are not full of sound mind, cannot give consent. Really, he can give consent based on age, but not on his ability as far as his brain to function. and then she can't because she's 13 years old. So now you got two people that aren't able to give really consent with knowledge of life because they're both fucked up when it comes to their age or their experience or lack thereof. Now, you could say this girl has brought over several different boys because the mom has made the threat that if she catches another boy in the house, she's putting a hot lid in his ass. Literally, quote unquote, from the daughter's own mouth. So this has happened several times. Now, is the little girl hard-headed and continues to do things outside of what her mother is asking her not to do? Absolutely. Is that boy also culpable in some of the things because he has bad decision-making skills based on his disability? Absolutely. Now, the question goes to Miss Kendra.
I'm reading it right now. So here it goes.
And again, the panel is open. Y'all want to say something? Come up.
This is just Roderick Morton had learning disabilities and cognitive impairment. His former special aid education teacher stated that he may not have fully understood the gravity of the situation when he was fatally shot. So this is his
But who has the time to explain that to Miss Kendra before she pulls the trigger?
But I'm just saying, let's just say he got away with it. So this is a special needs situation. A former teacher identified herself as his special needs disability person, describing him as soft-spoken and respectful. The other person said he did not grasp situations. And so I say that to say this. Sometimes, look, I told you, when I went to Muncie, Indiana, I seen the difference between a 13-year-old urban city girl and somebody who's not. And I seen 13-year-old girls who are manipulative.
Oh, hell yeah.
Who can do. So do you think she could? Let's just say this. He flashed all that money. He got that.
Matter of fact,
no
this
girlfriend.
right here on the right-hand side, I cut it before it happened, but he actually was fanning money in this picture.
Yeah. So let's say that. Let me give him all that. He got some money somewhere. He done got it, and he flashed it. And all of a sudden, he ain't got no mental capability. This 13-year-old girl's like, I like you. Come on over. Bring me some money. Whatever it is. You know, she getting somebody out there who can do it. Who wrong? I know they keep saying he a pedophile, but can someone who thinks like a 13-year-old, no matter their age, be a pedophile if they mentally messed up? Because I've had some. Look, we've all had them people, and we didn't call it autistic back in the day. We just said they was off. We had those people back in our neighborhood, and you know that they was. Everybody knew they was off. You just knew it, and there were some people who would take advantage of them, and they just wanted somebody to be a friend with. And I'm just letting you know, I'm just giving all perspectives. My second perspective is when a girl is 13, even though she's promiscuous, would we ever blame her?
In the minds of most people, hell no, they wouldn't.
But look, I'm gonna tell you, when I was in high school, even middle school, but I'm gonna remember high school. So high school, you had people who were 14. I knew girls that left out. You're 14 years old, and they get picked up in a car by a college dude. I can't. Let me take that back. Them dudes wasn't in college; they just had a car. So they knew exactly where they was going. I'm just wondering at what point in this situation, everybody's wrong and everybody's right. I just want us to think about it. That's all. And so do we blame a promiscuous girl? Do we say, you've been out there, it's your fault, or that, that's what she getting what she deserved? Or that's, because I'm asking, what if he didn't get shot? What if he walked out?
What would have came out at that point, right? If he had not been shot. And she did exactly what this guy is saying on this point. A gun does not need to be fired. It can be used to detain a perv, robber, offender, etc. One is not judge, jury, and executioner. Exactly what I said earlier in the show. You know, she could have used the gun to detain him. She didn't need to walk him out. He was being cooperative. They actually, and Fearless just said he was soft-spoken at that. So he wasn't an overly aggressive somebody. So at that point, if the mother was that angry and wanted something to be done legally, she could have called the cops, and he most likely would have sat there and waited for the cops to come, and she could have had him arrested, even had a grape kit done on her daughter to see if he had done something to sexually to her, and had him prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But she didn't do all that. You know, and go to Elham. He says the key is the mother probably didn't know all that. How could she if she's in a fit of rage? So is she going to get off?
When you say not know all that, what is all that?
Meaning everything we just discussed about his mental impairment.
Oh, but okay, so that means she didn't know his. That means she didn't know his age. She didn't know his age. She could see that So what she said, she could see.
And if you look at the boy, he doesn't look that much older.
Correct.
Even though he's 20.
And so here's the thing. She knew that her daughter, she knew that it was not a robbery or a break-in. She knew that because if she had already said, if I see a boy in the house, I'm going to put a hole in his ass. That's what the mom.
And here's the thing. You know how rebellious certain kids are. I can guarantee you the argument that was not discussed was the mama and the daughter saying, I invited him over. Leave him alone, mama. And her getting mad off of that discussion as well.
And the daughter locked the door. You know, when the mom left, the daughter put that boat lock on the door. Said, I ain't letting you in. It says the juvenile admitted she was terrified to open the front door when Scott came home early that morning, knowing that Roderick Morton was inside. So if your mom is banging on the door, let me in this house, and you go to the door and let her in, the mom went directly to her room knowing somebody was inside. So you knew right then.
They had cameras in. Yeah. So all the drive over, she was already steaming hot. Then she gets there, the door's locked, the audacity of your daughter locking you out. Now you really hot. When does it come to her self-control level? Not just being angry in a fit of rage, a moment of passion. All these things are excusable in the eyes of the law. So can she get off? Yeah, it depends on how her defense attorney fights the case. And we looked at 6 other cases where it might have been point blank, conviction, have gotten off, and some that should have gotten off went to jail.
So according to the testimony, Morton showed up around 1 a.m. and the mother arrived around 1:30 a.m. So she must have seen, got, like you said, got to work.
On the camera and had to leave. Say, I got to clock out early. Something's going on at home. I got to go take care of it, girl. Can you cover me?
I'm trying to look up some law. I'm just trying to find out, does him...
I don't know if we have any women in the room. If this was happening and you knew you had a child, a young daughter, that was acting out like this in that capacity, would you think twice? Or would you just go ahead and pull the trigger too? I'm just curious. But all throughout history, we know of young women that date older men, college level or whatever. It was always a thing. Every movie you ever watched, every school I ever went to, the high school girls were always trying to date the college boy. It didn't matter what grade, the higher the better. Didn't matter whether he was a freshman in college or whether he was a junior or a senior in college. It was the college dude, the older guy that had the car, that had the wherewithal, the money, or athlete or whatever. And that was okay.
So I'm just reading on both sides. So this is the defense or the prosecutor side. So the family, his family, Roderick's, and his teachers, like I said, stated that he was young-minded and cognitively delayed. He noted he likely believed that the girl was older than 13 or did not understand the legalities or gravity of the situation. Also, they suggested that the 13-year-old could have easily lied about her age when they met, and he would have lacked the cognitive capability to recognize the red flags that a regular person would see. So that's that on one end. The other end is they're saying, hey, he was 20, he's a predator, and he got what he deserved.
Right. See you back there, Nakmeezy. We're gonna bring you up in a second. Go ahead and pull my brother.
Yo, what's up, my brothers?
What's going on?
You heard
I'm
our case
good.
that we laid out and what's going on with this whole situation?
Yeah,
You heard about
I've been listening for the last 10 minutes. In my snap judgment, I think there is a case for premeditation in that half hour because she had video. She said previously that she's going to shoot someone, so it looked like she uh, popped this young man or man, this man, really to teach her daughter a lesson. Because in the 30 minutes that she saw the video, she knew that her daughter wasn't in imminent danger, that this guy was an invited guest to her house, and albeit that he is most likely a child, you know, molester, that it does not deserve a death penalty in that second. So what she should have done was call the cops and say, you know, I need you guys to come to this house, blah, blah, blah. But when she clocked out and she went over there in a fit of rage, and she's already stated that what she's gonna do, and she carried it out, it sets up the possibility for her to be charged with premeditated. Okay, I don't know the laws in that town or in that city, but I think it might be a little weak. But she's gonna have to have Johnny Cochran reincarnated to get off of this.
So
well,
I'm
you
going to
know,
challenge you,
we had
Nakmeezy.
other cases earlier, Nat. We brought up 6 different cases of different things happening, from people shooting neighbors, robbers, not their own robbers, on their other property, not their property. We've had all kind of cases throughout today. We're not just focused on her, but we're highlighting this situation. But we had other cases where Kyle Rittenhouse just shooting random people on the street because he was being threatened, while he's somewhere he shouldn't be, at 16-year-old with a damn AR-15 strapped around his neck. You get what I'm saying? There's been situations throughout history where people have gotten off, and some people have been convicted for just shooting a warning shot, not even hitting anybody.
Right.
Nakmeezy, I'm going to challenge you a little bit. So
Yes, sir.
one thing I stated was he was a sports person, an athlete. He was in a club. In order to get in the club, you had to show ID. You had to be over 21. So there was a girl that was in the club, and he had relations with her, and it found out later that she was not 21. She was a lot younger, like 15.
She used a fake ID, in other words.
And so what the law said was it didn't matter that he didn't know that she was young. So that's one thing. And I'm saying that to lead up to this. You called him a chomo, the child molester. Does it matter?
I mean, because I don't know if he smashed or not. He just got there.
Let's just say he did. Let's say he smashed all of that. Does it matter? He's 20, she's 13, but does it matter his mental capacity? Because everybody said his teachers in school, the neighbors, friends, and family said that he didn't have a mental capacity, that he was in special needs. Does that matter?
Yes and no. He would have to be severely mentally handicap is not the word. Limited. He had to be severely mentally limited for that to work, in my opinion. Just because someone has learning disabilities or possible ADHD or whatever, social awkwardness doesn't mean that they do not know wrong from right. And at 20
Mm.
years old, you should know that sneaking
In some
into someone's
capacity, at
house,
least. Right.
pardon?
In some capacity, he should know. I was
Yeah,
just
he should
prefacing.
know. Yeah, and I just don't know what his level of mental ardation he was at, because I don't think she's gonna be trying to sneak some dude that looks like Handyman into her house. Y'all remember Handyman, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
All
if you
right.
look at the kid, he kind of looks.
Oh, he
doesn't look
does.
he doesn't look his
No,
age.
I'm gonna bring him up in a second,
Yeah.
but I want to read this real quick. It has a point to it. He was in her property, and her 13-year-old don't have the right to bring guys. Mom doesn't know in her property. But I get what you're trying to say. The mother has video cameras, so the mother knew that there was somebody on the property that was welcomed in by her daughter, so he wasn't an intruder. That's the part that you're missing with that.
Right.
She might not know him, but she knew the daughter wasn't in imminent danger because she invited him in.
Yep.
So you
He
can't
did
say
not
my
break
daughter
in.
was at risk. So you can't use that as an excuse. But
My next question to you, Nat, because we throwing everything out there, just on every way a prosecution can do. The mother had said previously, if I catch somebody else in my house, I'm gonna put a hole in their ass. Just by that statement, this ain't the first dude she caught in the house.
Exactly.
And so when I've seen some videos of the girl, a lot of people are saying she's very promiscuous. She's on Instagram doing things that maybe a 13-year-old shouldn't do. Do you think that has any bearing on any of this?
I do think that it has a bearing, but not in favor of the mother, against the mother, to set up, in my opinion, which might be a weak premeditation case. And the mother taking out, because she can't control her daughter, trying to teach her daughter a lesson by putting her through a traumatic experience by letting her see that she stands on business. And I told you I was going to pop the next guy you brought in here. You brought somebody in here, so now watch this. Pow, right? You can't do that. If she had gotten glass break notifications on a intruder alarm, right? If she's gotten a text message, Mom, someone's in the house, someone's come breaking into my room, her mom would be, we'd all be singing her mom's praises. But this was a mom whose frustrations about her promiscuous daughter. I mean, look, the mom is working at night. That off the rip is going to open up a can of worms. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's negative in the mom's sense. It's bad for her. It's going to be really bad for her. She's toast.
Now, I read some comments that, I'm looking on here and I'm seeing comments that people had stated.
Hey, pull up the page if you're looking at certain comments, and we can just show them.
Well, let me see if I can get to that one page.
Yeah. But just to go with Ilham, he says a woman can always say she felt threatened and it will be believed. But again, she has cameras. So while the cameras work for her benefit, it works against her benefit if she does that. And the cops look and see that the guy was well behaved and walked out freely out of the house when asked.
Okay, wait. Where did she shoot this kid?
In the back of the head.
In the back of the head, in the front yard, as the kid was leaving, she shoots him.
She is toast.
Execution.
She didn't shoot him when he was under the bed. Like, oh, pow.
No. She shot him after she walked out the house, and he freely walked out of the house. No griff, no nothing. But again, we had a white guy, YT guy, that shot two intruders at the neighbor's house in the back, and he said, "Well, they charged at me, but no, both of the shotguns shots were in the back of each assailant or each robber from the neighbor's house." So you never know how these things will swing. It's based on the law.
This one is going to swing not in favor of the mother, because she He was asked to leave or told to get the F out.
It's a 13-year-old child, though, Nack. You see, it's a 13-year-old child. Why would the mom not be enraged enough to want to kill any man touching her 13-year-old child?
Yeah,
That's
so
the
the comments are so split where I read some of the comments before where some, and it was kind of split on men and women, where women were saying, once a pedophile, always a pedophile. You know, the best thing that could have happened was, you know, the mom is protecting her daughter and the community.
No.
You know, and the guys on here are saying, hey, I was 13 once and I know how these girls are. So I'm just putting it all out there because to me that it's hard for me. I like you said, I don't know his mental capability. So I can't make an excuse for what he did. I just know when I was young, I knew some people that the neighborhood took advantage of because they knew that they knew who they were, that they just were that person who was delayed, as I would say.
Now let me read this. This is a picture of him. And even in this picture, that comment, that paragraph that says, I think y'all misconstruing how people feel. It's not that they're talking up the pedo, but more so that he was walking away, doing exactly what the mom asked him to do, leave, to pop him in the back of the head, not knowing how old he is at the time, is outright wrong as fuck. His age came out after the fact. So what was he really actually, what was his actual age if you look at him?
17, 18.
15. He could look as young as 15, 16.
Right.
You know, so
the pedo argument is weak in this because number one, we don't know if they did anything for him to really be a pedo because it was only there for 30 minutes, right? But like you said, he's not walking around with an ID saying, I'm 20. So what that lady did is she ran home in a fit of rage.
Right.
Had that kid taken out of the house because I heard he was hidden under the bed. She had to have him come out from under the bed, walk outside, and have him walking away from her.
Neck, even in that, you don't think there was a discussion between a mom and the daughter arguing back and forth about what the fuck was going on?
Of course.
Of course they were yelling back and forth. Mom, I invited him
No,
over.
Ronan, that conversation probably sound like this. I told you I was going to put a hole in the next MF that was in his house, right? Watch this. Ow. Premeditated, she's toast.
And I'm showing you just some comments. So this is what the people are saying. Sometimes kids need protecting from themselves as much as from guys like this. And then she saved the next child from a predator. No crime. Death penalty for pedophiles should be standard. He never should have made it out of underneath the bed. This is what they're saying. So I'm rolling and I'm like, man, this is.
But then they say men are brutal, but women are saying this about a child that has a cognitive disability. He is not 100% a grown man. He's still a child in some ways. You know, even though he might be the age of 20, his mental capacity is not as such. But they're making pre-snap judgments, right?
We don't know how mentally disabled he was.
He was just reading it, right? Right.
So what we have now is a horny young man that was invited to a girl's house, a girl that he, in my opinion, most likely knew how young she was because she felt comfortable enough to invite him there. So he knew he was doing wrong.
She paid
for him to come there. He knew how young she was, right? Yes,
well, how's a
I
little girl
condemn
even
that.
have the money to pay for an Uber though, without using somebody else's
Exactly.
credit?
But now check this out. All that I will condemn this young man, may he rest in peace, for making bad decisions, following his meat, right? Instead of his limited mindset. But that is not a case for a death penalty. You still gotta let the courts do what it do. And it would even be a hard case in court, pause, because she invited him, she paid for him to come over there. So at this point, can you even call him a trespasser? Does she have the legal authority to invite a friend over, because that's what this is at this point. This is a friend.
Well, here goes what the other people are saying. That as a teenager, it's not her house. I think we had that up before, Ronan. It wasn't her house, so she did not have the authority to invite anyone over because it wasn't her house. I'm just reading.
What is legally?
I'm not judging
What is legal? No, I understand, but legally, can a teen invite their friend over to their house?
Yeah, I don't think that.
I don't think there's any legal means of saying she can or can't based on age or anything like that. The interaction between a child and an adult is the thing that's in question. Whether a child can invite a friend over is not. Obviously, they can. Unless the mother said, I don't want anybody home after 8 o'clock beside for you. Now, that's a rule that the mother and the daughter has, not the friend that gets invited over. How are they supposed to know what conversation the mom and the daughter had? Hence, how was the boy supposed to know that he was indirectly being threatened by the mom? If she caught another boy over there, she was going to put a hot one in his ass. He wouldn't have
So
known.
then the daughter almost set him up.
Yeah,
that's it.
And I'm only reading.
She knew there was cameras too.
And that's true, Elham. It was at 1 o'clock in the morning. So who invites you over the house at 1 o'clock in the morning? Unless, what do we call that?
You know what it was. My mom ain't here. Come on over. I'm only reading these comments because it's so vastly different than what Nakneezy said, and it's kind of scary. Like this one says, all I'm hearing is take care of the problem immediately. That's what she did. Another person says, back when I was a kid, this was called parenting. Man. And it says, it's absolutely disgusting that the mother was charged. Of course he was a threat. Memphis police protecting a pedo. Wow.
I got caught up in something like this as a young man. I took Peter Pan to Prince George's County, Maryland, right? And me and my over the state lines girlfriend went to Motel 6. And then she snuck me into a house. We were the same age, by the way. I was like 17. She was 17 too. And she put me in a closet when her stepfather came home. The closet was so hot, I couldn't breathe. So I opened the door and her dog came and started barking. Rah, rah, rah. Long story short, the stepfather pulled me out of the closet because they knew that we were there because they saw her car at the Motel 6. Someone saw her car at the Motel 6. So what I got instead of a bullet was a long talking to, and he explained something about white slavery, which I don't even know if he was just BSing me or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's white slavery is like seeing someone across county lines or whatever. But at the end of the day, it was my girlfriend. But he talked to me. He didn't pop me, and he could have because he did have a gun. But you don't just go over there and then shoot someone because you said you're gonna do it. This is a case of her mom her daughter not believing what her mom said, and the mom standing on so-called nigger business.
Right.
Shoot, I was saved by an aunt. My boy had right after high school, they got an apartment. The apartment has a pool. And so this is over the summer. We all at the pool. The chick comes up, body and everything. And everything you ask her, she was in it. Where you at? Oh, I just graduated from this school. I'm going to this college. I'm like, it's on. We going back to his apartment and we gonna take care of this. The aunt came out and just seen us. We talk. We up close, face to face, talking. We talking hot and heavy. And she's like, you know how old she is? I'm like, yeah, she 18. Nah, she was like 15 or something like that, 14 or 15.
Lord,
I would have never known because every question I asked her, she was answering correctly. Hey, I just graduated from school. I'm here, for the summer before I go to college. I was like, man, I would have never known. And we were talking, and she was the aggressor. Like she was letting me know we about to go take care of business. And so it's scary out here. It is. It's scary.
Hey, our resident attorney, Lindsay, he says malice of forethought, extreme recklessness, acting with a depraved heart, or a conscious extreme disregard for human life is what this woman did.
Yeah, I can't agree with what the woman did. I'm just so surprised that the people like that are in chats are just like, yeah, he's a pedophile, he's this. And that's why the only reason I was asking, does his mental capability have any control of that? And does her being promiscuous have any effect on it? Let's just say he left, nothing happened.
But the whole thing is after the fact that everybody knows that he had the mental capacity of what he had, all this is coming out after the fact. The mother at the time of her momentary insanity, acting in extreme recklessness and all these other things, plus the time of night at 1 something in the morning, I'm almost in the opinion that Elham might be right. At the time of night, big difference, the mom will walk.
No, but here's the thing. No, she ain't gonna walk. Because
at 1 o'clock in the morning,
no,
your child is in the house by itself. You don't think the jury is gonna side a little bit with that mother?
Nope.
Talking about a jury now.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. She had already said if it happens again. So
Right.
that means
Thank you.
it happened already. When she came home, she's like, the girl had locked the door. She was like, let me in this house.
She didn't have no help. Fearless. She was by herself. She's a single mother.
No.
Good
That would have been
no grace for this woman trying to raise this rambunctious little girl by
I would
herself.
agree with
She
you.
had to work.
I would agree with you if she shot him under the bed.
Oh, Fearless cooking tonight, bro. It's that long walk outside and the shot behind the back of the head that's going to put her in jail for a long time.
Yep.
Mm.
And so I'm just, it's a warning to you guys that some people, like you said, she was going to show her daughter who's boss. I told you this once. You ain't believe me? Watch this.
I'm going to show you.
And that's sad that a guy had to pay for his life over a mom trying to demonstrate her authority.
Look at Philippe cooking. Extreme recklessness. Exactly.
And so I gave Ronin this demonstration. If he came home and seen his wife in bed with another man, who is he mad at?
Oh, you never gave me that example.
Yes, I did. I mean, yeah, I said if you came home and your
wildest
wife was
hypotheticals, man.
Yeah, with another man, I said, who would you be mad at? And you said I had to be mad at the
It would
man.
be her.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the girl.
No, her.
I'd be mad at both of them.
Yeah, but who would you take it out on if he was
Like I said,
Him.
there's no way.
I'd take it out on him.
With
Really?
the caveat, listen. With the
Hell
caveat, no. Now, Fearless, I said with the caveat, I would say her.
There wasn't no
But
pictures.
you can't walk in my house without seeing all these pictures of me and her together.
Thank you. Thank
put
you.
It's
two
1 in the morning. He didn't
know
walk
that
in and
they
look at your
fuck it.
pictures,
The
Ronin.
little head's going to take prominence over my fucking good thought process and knowing there's a big ass nigga that comes home too.
Whoa.
No, because I would be in my nigga moment, and I ain't gonna say I'm thinking clearly. So I'm gonna say I would be in my nigga moment at that point because I don't want you to say it was premeditated because I said it a long time before it actually happened.
Right.
Now I'm gonna go back because we got all men here, and I think I'm gonna reflect back to a panel that we was on
And men
with
that
Rico.
had children as far as female daughters
I'm gonna go back to a panel that we was on with Rico.
or granddaughters.
So the question on that panel was men that are in their 30s or 35 that are dating a woman between the ages of 18 and 25 are taking advantage of that woman.
Absolutely.
So you agree with that?
Hell yeah.
So why do you agree with that? Meaning if a woman is over 18,
Yeah.
she has the mental capacity to know what she's doing. It's
Now
and I
they're
think
saying not before 25. Now they're saying women still don't have the mental capacity, even though women are more emotionally or mentally adult quicker than boys are. But now they're saying not even at 18. Now they're saying 25.
18. No. That means you have. Look, man. If a grown man, 35 years old, is attracted to an 18-year-old, which is 1 year or 2 years in a lot of states removed from being able to consent on her own. That means you just like skating on that thin pedo ice.
So let's give
You
her
like
21.
looking.
Let's give her 21. She's in the club.
21 is in my opinion is creepy, but I'm not gonna really go too crazy about it. But look, any grown man, like I'm 52, right? You think I'm be looking at a 20? I see a 21-year-old, like, oh, she could be my daughter. I don't even sexualize 21-year-olds or 25-year-olds. 25 is like, all right, cool. She's hot. But 18, 19, 20, those are kids, bro. They're
But why
kids.
do
They don't
we-
even know how to wipe their ass right. And these
Why do we
dudes,
go after
grown-ass
the-
dudes.
Why do we go after? Because sometimes it's reverse. Sometimes it's those women who pursue those older men because of their finances, their stability,
Right.
those. But we don't put the blame on the woman. Why are we only putting the blame on the man?
No, I'm putting the blame on a man with a certain age. You won't hear anything out of my mouth for a 25-year-old woman. I just think like, homie's a little weird. The age gap calculation was supposed to be half your age plus 7 years or something like that.
That's a
Okay.
Muslim thing, but yeah, half your age plus 7 is a Muslim.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I heard. Allahu Akbar, all of that. But what I'm saying is, if she's 20, 18, 19, and you already in your 30s, bro, you want some weirdo shit, man. Straight up. If you dating somebody that's the same age as one of your daughters, nah.
But man, I'd really be a pedophile that early too. So
I'm not saying you're a pedophile. I'm just saying
I'm saying
it's
for
a
me, it
little
would be
weird.
real
You know what I'm
messed
saying?
up. I would have no excuse to date somebody my daughter's age. That's criminal. No, what about this?
You got a toddler, dude.
Yeah, so I'm saying. No, all right, let's reverse it. Do you feel the same when it's that 35 or 35-year-old woman and that 21-year-old man?
Absolutely, they get no pass. And as a matter of fact, I think women. Look, women are just as bad, man. I had a Mexican. What was she? She was a Mexican babysitter when I was young, and she used to babysit me when my mom used to work. And
she gave you that taco.
She used to, not the taco, but the cookie size nipples was constantly pushed in my mouth when I was like 12 years old.
Damn.
And she was like a grown woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Every time she came over, she made me do that. And I'm like, now I'm thinking about, I'm like, this lady, if I ever find her, which I won't, she needs a talking to. You know what I'm saying?
Breastises ain't the same no more. They
I'm traumatized. The areolas was crazy, bro.
Yeah. But like I was telling people, I think everybody has this cousin, aunt, uncle, somebody in the family where they were doing some kind of dirt to another cousin or aunt, uncle in the family, and they were all told to shut the fuck up.
Shame.
Whether it be
women get no passes, bro.
Yeah.
I just think it's this case all around. Everybody's guilty and everybody's innocent. I mean, it's just from every angle you look at it, it just looks weird. And then it looks like, okay, this is justifiable. And I say that to say when I was talking about, all right, the guy, child molester or mentally incapable. Girl, 13 years old, innocent, don't know anything, or shit, I've been in the streets doing this for years. Mom, protective mom or vigilante.
Murderer. Mom is a murderer.
And when you
Whether
look at the
second
comments,
degree, she's a murderer. Shot somebody in the back of the head. That walk between the bed and downstairs is what's gonna sink her. The fact that she saw that the guy was already in the house, like she said it before, is all gonna. She's done.
do you think it matters the age? Because I don't think at the time she knew how old he was. Everybody is Monday morning quarterback and saying, oh, he was old.
Right.
I don't think she knew that at the time. Do you think that matters? Because, she shot a predator, but at the time she didn't know.
No, and she can't, to be able to call him a predator posthumously or posthumously is where are the receipts for that?
Correct.
The oversexed person is her 13-year-old, and
she knew
they're gonna probably start calling her parental skills into question.
But Nat, here's the thing, and I just looked at this young girl's IG. She's on this not more than 2 days ago, acting like nothing ever happened, still doing the same old shit with the little video.
Are you serious? And someone's dead. Yeah.
Oh, she sent something right after and said, I love my baby dad. Had a picture of the dude and said, I love my baby daddy, F-U-C-K my mama.
Wait, she got a kid already?
I don't think so. I don't even think that.
You know how some girls call their boyfriends baby daddies, even though they
future baby daddy or whatever. Yeah.
So that's what she called him, even though, you know, she's acting like nothing even happened. She's not sitting there depressed, weeping. So people are even girls and young men are desensitized to death, even on their own behalf. That shit happened right there at her house, and she acting like not more than 2 days ago, like nothing really happened. I'm not going to flash her page. I'm not going to do any of that. But I did find her page. Her page is still up. She's still filming and putting shit up. She's still dressing the same old way. None of that shit was taken down. So if y'all want to do your own research on this little girl, y'all can actually go and do it yourself.
What's her name? Like a mere slime or something?
Her page is still up. Matter of fact, she got 2 of them floating up there now. And all the same shit is sitting there for y'all to look at. If that's what you into. I'm not into it. I just wanted to know what this little girl was doing and whether, you know, it was justified in them assuming she looked a certain age. And some of those pictures, they were super young. And some of those pictures, she didn't look the same.
And the other one, she got on them hot shorts and
cognitive abilities to decipher, you know, age and his actions. I would say it was a little difficult for this kid right here to decipher what the age of this girl was, but she knew.
I think he knew too. He also knew. Young dudes don't care sometimes. I don't think he really cared. But that's not worth the death penalty. Take him to court, you know. But it's not worth the death penalty. You can't just kill people like that. As far as the somebody made a comment about you coming home and your wife is with a dude. Nah, that dude is dead. He's dead.
So I'm going to disagree with you with that. Why? Okay, let me ask you this. Are both of them dead or just a dude?
No, just a dude. Somebody still got to raise my kids when I go to jail.
So hold up. Who do you...
So you want to go to jail.
Who did you give the loyalty to? Wait, who did you give the trust to? You gave the trust to somebody else. You didn't get a trust to this man. He could have just... And the only reason I say that, there was a story with Shannon Sharp. But that happened to Shannon Sharp. That's why Shannon Sharp says he goes over no girls' houses anymore. The girl said she wasn't with the dude. He said that a dude showed up, 2 of them, and was like, you know, they getting it on. Dude walk in the room. And the only thing he said that saved him was the dude recognized that he was Shannon Sharp. He said that was it.
Yeah.
He said,
well, Shannon would have been dead in my house.
But why would Shannon have been dead if Shannon didn't know? Your girl knew.
Well,
she knew.
Well, and that's the thing. When you say a wife, there are certain things in someone's house. There's certain things in someone's house. You know, you're walking into a man's house.
Yeah, like I said, work boots on the wall, shit like that.
Right, pictures on the wall, work boots, the smell of a man's house, all of that. So if you're gonna take that risk, and neither one of us would tell our sons to go to a married woman's house.
My nigga moment would be you walking out with a limp, and you gonna remember not to walk into another man's house. I'll still deal with my wife.
If I walk in there, bro, and I see it, and you in my castle, bro, you're dead.
I'm going to jail for that, but you gonna walk out with a limp because I'm gonna
play this. I'm gonna let you hear Shannon
All I'm gonna
Sharp.
say is I'm thinking you attacking my wife, so I'm gonna make sure you get up off of her.
Well, that's gonna be the setup for my defense. He was R-ing my wife.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I had to protect her honor.
Right.
This is Shannon.
I was at this young lady. What stopped me from going to women's house is that it happened to me on 2 occasions. I said, you mind if I just stay tonight? I'm going to go home. Cam, something told me. I said, boy, keep your clothes on. Boom. Door fly off the hinges. I said, bro, threw my hand like this here. He said, nah, Sharp, I ain't got no problem with you. He said, but I'm just tired of this B lying. I'm saying to myself, me too. So I ain't learned my lesson with that one, Cam. That was in 1990. Fast forward, 1993. I done made the Pro Bowl.
Everything.
I'm cooking. She said, come on down. So I go back, I go back in her bedroom. Dude come in. He got that chopper.
No, he don't.
He said, my man. I said, yeah. He's about to ask me, am I sharp? I said, yeah. He said, I thought so. I said, my man, this your people? He said, yeah. 2 years. I said, I ain't even know. I said, bro, you know who I am now? So I said, man, I'm my bad. I told a story about how I was at this young lady. What stopped me from going to women's house is that
even with that,
he didn't finish the story. He said that when he left, he had taken his Rolex off and put on the thing. He said then he had to come back and knock on the door and say, hey, bro, can I please get my watch?
But here's the thing. This man came into the house and had enough emotional intelligence to hold off from pulling the trigger. Now, even though this woman came home and caught this boy underneath the bed, right? She didn't have the emotional intelligence not to stop herself after he walked out the door freely from firing. There's the difference.
No, I think she had made up in her mind, no matter who it was,
she was going to make a point.
She was going to make a point.
Stand on business.
No matter who it was, she was going to do that. And that's when I hear the Shannon Sharp. Luckily, I've been in, but that was college situations. It wasn't nobody's wife. It was probably somebody's girlfriend. But the same thing, sometimes you get put in a situation by a girl who got a jealous dude that they broke up yesterday.
I see you back there, Pookie.
They broke up yesterday. They really wasn't over. You don't know what the situation is, and you there. And all of a sudden, that's why I can't take it out on the man, because the man gonna do what he gonna do. It's
exactly.
I made the commitment with the woman, and she's the person who knows me. She's the person I have to be angry with. I don't know the dude from Adam. He's not my responsibility.
Thank you for speaking some sense into this dangerous simp on the bottom right. He belongs in a cage for the rest of his life.
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, he belongs in a cage for the rest of his life. He's a hyena.
I'll be in a cage with your
He's
monkey
a hyena.
mother.
Yeah, we've all been in cages.
I'll be in a cage with your
You're
monkey
not
mother.
special. You should still be in there. I don't know if a liberal judge let you out. I don't know if a black conservative judge you cool would let you out. All I know is they did their constituents wrong because they let an unintelligent savage back out on the streets.
He's so mad because he got cooked
You
the
are
other
a
day.
simp.
So he
I
came.
hope your wife gets a train ran on her, and I hope you get unalived by the men that do it.
Great.
You deserve it. You're a simp. You're not even a man. You're a subhuman. You're a simp.
You said that 4 times.
Simp. Yes.
Let me ask you
and I hope your wife cheats on.
Hold on. Let's not hope nobody. Hold on. What we're gonna do is have a decorum in here. I respect both of y'all, and I want y'all to respect the panel. Y'all got to talk one at a time. Pookie, I know you still got some smoke for Nagneezy from the other day, but let's stay on topic today with what's going on with this situation. Okay, brothers? I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hey, I do got one thing to say to Nagneezy.
Can't wait till you're in prison for life, fucking faggot.
Hold up. Before that,
you see, he's not respecting the channel.
My bad. I said maggot with an M.
I said maggot
no emotional
with an control. No emotional control.
Savage.
Yeah, one at a time.
Your mother's a savage, you faggot.
Raised by a single mom, of course. Or you probably were raised by 2 moms. You probably were raised by 2 lesbians.
My father's a war veteran, and I love him. Yeah.
Yeah, and why does your father...
You call yourself Pookie. Go to hell. Okay. Yes, ask the question, brother.
No,
Pookie.
I was
need
making
you
a
to
joke.
calm down. If
I
you
was
can't
trying to
calm
lighten
down,
the
we'll kick you back
situation. I was
in.
saying that my white mama wouldn't have shot nobody. I was trying to make y'all laugh, but y'all.
Nah, I see the comedy in that. She
Hey,
definitely
I
would.
did not kick
She
Pookie.
can't have a nigga moment. That's why.
Hold on one second. I did not kick you off the panel, Pookie. You left. But what I'm going to ask you to do is respect the channel. This is not a smoke show. We're all grown-ass men in here. We can have an intelligent conversation. If you want to throw insults back, at least be able to take them back at the same time and have some decorum about it.
Let me say something about that. I don't know this guy. Hold on. Let me say something while he's not screaming.
You're more than welcome to come back up, Pookie. But let's have a conversation like grown men.
All right.
Okay?
Before you bring him back up, Ronin, I want the record to be shown. I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy. I was trying to debate KB, and then he kept chiming in. KB eventually lost that debate because he couldn't prove that the CIA had any involvement. So we kept it on the information. He, for whatever reason, left, and then he came back on smoke today. I'm with the smoke, but at least, let's have a conversation. Let the smoke be on the information.
All right.
So, educated
Anytime,
Pookie, if you want to come
you're
back
more than
up.
welcome to come back. I'm not mad at you. I just want y'all to have a respectful conversation like men. That's what we do here. We ain't going to throw back. We ain't getting to the feminine side of the house. We're going to stay more analytical and fact checking type of shit. All right. But yeah, if you're going to bed, hey, that's fine, man. We'll see you next time. All right. But go ahead.
I think another thing we need to talk about it is fathers in the house.
Hey, Ronin, hold on, Ronin. This dude just threatened my life on your channel, bro. I want you to read the comment.
No simp deserves. You got to go. Is it up than that? Did it happen before that?
No,
simp
it
deserves.
literally just happened. Macmeady should know he's gonna end up underground when I find him.
Yeah, why threaten like that, brother? There ain't no need to threaten nobody's life. This just the internet. It ain't no need. No, I'm saying not you. I'm saying him. Why take a argument that we have?
No, wait, but you got a laissez-faire attitude about this. As much as the smoke that we done had with people on here, we don't take it that far. Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm gonna I'm gonna tell you like this. I will send Ronin the money for your ticket to come to Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, and I will pick you up from Rotterdam. I swear to God, I want you to stand on that. Okay? Come to the Netherlands. I'll pay your ticket, and I want to see if you bout that action. For real. I got money, has money, will travel. But I want you to come here and get that out. Don't say it. Don't put it in the universe. Make it happen. And I'll pay you I'll pay your ticket here.
But guys,
I'll pay your ticket here. I swear to God.
We just talking about this lady who probably gonna spend the rest of her life in jail. That's not us. We need both of y'all out.
No. Don't put it on me. Don't put it on me. This is him. Don't shake your finger at me, bro. This is him. I'm gonna make it easy for him. Since you're gonna poo-poo the death threat, right? And his death threat is still up there, then I'm gonna give him the opportunity to carry it out. Stand on business, bro. You so triggered that you wanna talk about, you're gonna put me underground? Bro, please come and try to do it. Please.
He's saying he wants
I got a raging hard on right now just because of this.
But my thing is, hey, no offense, but educated Pookie, isn't that a groiper? A groiper is part of the what's the Mexican right winger dude?
No, that's Nick Fuentes and those guys.
Yeah, aren't they but aren't they frogs like that one?
Yeah, they're groipers. So
yeah, why are you using a groiper symbol? That's the only thing I don't understand. But anyway, yeah, I mean, if you straight up want that smoke, Nack will pay for your ticket. I swear to you.
Yeah, this is what we're gonna do though. I want him to purchase the ticket, and I'll refund the ticket. And I swear, as a man, I will send the money to Ronin. I'll Western Union it to the Philippines. As long as he gets on that plane, once he's in Amsterdam, I will send the money. I swear to God.
All right, I didn't know.
We'll see how educated he is. We'll see how educated he is. Purchase your ticket and try to carry out your threat on the internet to me. I'm always in Amsterdam. I'll pick you up. And we can have a conversation.
He loves to
He
fight.
doesn't know me. He doesn't know me that I really do this. So come on. Now we're gonna see who the BITCH is. Respect to the panel. You want to get up here and threaten my life, bro? I don't take that lightly, bro. So buy your ticket and make it happen. You're so mad that you want to say it. Make it happen, and you get the 50% off deal. Notice I didn't say I'll buy a round trip.
Hold on, I see you,
and I'll
brother.
leave it at that.
All right, let me go ahead and bring my other brother up, David Dice.
Once he's in Amsterdam, I will send them in. I swear to God.
How y'all doing? Good night, good night, good night.
We'll see how educated he is.
Yeah, you gotta turn that other TV down.
I'm sorry. I had to, but my two brothers over there was wilding out. I had to turn it down. Too much noise in the house. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Real quick, Nat, the half your age plus 7 rule comes from the French author Max Aurèle in 1901. And I guess the black Muslim community adopted it because
now that makes sense.
But go ahead, David Dice. What do you have on the topic of Kendra Scott and the situation with her daughter and the 20-year-old that she shot?
I think that this is a perfect example of what thirst will get you as a man. That brother should have never been in that young lady's house, especially if it's not her house. It's her parents' house. That's one. But that young man did not deserve to die. I think that if that young lady has a history of promiscuity,
does that mean anything? So two things I'm gonna ask.
At 13 years, does that matter?
Her promiscuity? Oh man, I don't know. I think the alcohol getting to me. Does her sexual activity have any bearing? And then the next question is, does his mental inabilities that they say special ed and things like that also have any bearings? Because you say he shouldn't have been at the house.
Right.
But they're saying that he was in special needs. He had the mindset of a 13-year-old, even though he was 20. Does that have any bearing, even though he's 20? And the fact that she was out there, does that have any bearing? I mean, she's 13 still. Does it mean anything if she's out there?
Well, for starters, I want to say good evening to my brother Fearless 360. I ain't see you in a while. Ronin Travels, my brother, and my brother. But I don't know the guy's name. MacMeasy, how you doing? You know, but I in regards to that, I think it's 50-50 on both sides. But I'm a bit more biased because I'm a bit leaning more so towards her because she has more of a history. Like
when you
said,
say her, the mother or the daughter?
I said the daughter. I mean, you know what? I'm feeling generous tonight. I'm gonna throw the mother in there too. Okay. I'm gonna say it's based on the mother too because the mother knows her daughter has a history of promiscuity. The daughter is given all the signs that she's promiscuous. Like Ronin says, she has two IG pages. You know, your daughter's 13 years old. What is she doing with her Instagram? You know, and it goes so far that the mother is willing to say she's willing to end someone's life, which she later on did, to prove her point. So you're trying to threaten another person's life based on your daughter's promiscuity. So that means the daughter could have been a honey trap. There was a movie years ago about a young lady who was trapping men, who was setting men up to get robbed. Well, in this particular case, this little girl's promiscuity cost this other man his life. And the mother knew her daughter was doing all these things, so much so the mother decided to put a camera in the house, threaten the daughter, if I see another man in the house, I'm gonna end him. So the mother has a large part to blame this.
So let's ask this, David. Right now, show a picture, Ronin, of the guy.
That's him?
That's him. So let's say that's him. Now let me give you another scenario. He don't look like that. He looked like MacMeasy with hair and a beard.
Okay.
He come out from under the bed. Does that justify what she does?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
He honestly, I'm sad to say this, but my home country, Jamaica, right? This is a common thing down here. Like older dudes in Jamaica are literally dealing with young ladies on a continual basis. It's so frequent. It's to the point now where it's borderline expected nowadays. They just did there was a school teacher in Jamaica who was a tennis coach, and they caught him on video engaging with a young lady. So it's what happened to him. I don't even know if they even continue the case, but I think the guy he fled Jamaica or something like this. But it's a common thing nowadays, which is sad to say. But I do believe that the oldest should definitely be more so on the parents too, because the gentleman, in his case, it's kind of hard to say what he deserved because the guy's already dead. You know, paid the ultimate price. But
now you heard about his mental capacity of judgment, his cognitive abilities. You heard all these things, but the mother would not know these things, right? So at first glance, you know the mother had security cameras.
Right.
So she was already alerted that the daughter had invited somebody into her home. So it wasn't a burglary.
Right.
Had nothing to do with that. You knew your daughter invited somebody in a home. You still came home in a huff, like Nak was saying, to prove a point to who? Your daughter. Because the boy didn't know nothing about these threats. The daughter did.
Right.
Right? So the boy is basically unaware at this point. And with everything else that's going on with his own mental capacity, is not even present enough to understand the danger that he's in.
So that's why I asked this question, David, and Mac Measy had a different response to it. You come home, you see your wife in bed with another man.
Wow.
What do? Are you mad at the man? You mad at your wife? Are you shooting both up? What's going on?
I'm not shooting nobody. I will never be that pressed. First off, I'll probably shake the dude's hand respectfully because I'm like, you know what, you saved me trouble. I'm gonna probably throw her out.
Is that because your loyalty, I would say, to your wife, meaning she's the one who could be loyal to you?
She's I'm sorry, you repeat the question. I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking a question. The reason you shake the dude's hand, why aren't you mad at the dude? Maybe ask that.
Because I hold my wife to a higher standard.
Okay.
You know, I married you. You brought him to my home. So you want to see me crash out, but I'm not going to give you that. I'm not going to give you that satisfaction. So I'm going to shake his hand respectfully, probably knock him out, you know, to get off my chest. Then I'm going to throw her out.
So now let's go back to the scenario, to the guy. Should the mom even be mad at the boy? Meaning she had the conversation with her daughter. Her daughter knew the rules. It was her house. She grew up with the kid. She raised it for 13 years. So, you know, that's longer than most marriages. She knows her daughter. When she came home, could she have taken it out on the kid? Or should she have taken it out on her daughter? Not saying shot her daughter, but who should she have really been angry with? Because it looked like she was angry with the boy.
She should be angry with the daughter.
I agree.
Because she's been, how many times has she spoken to this young lady about her behavior? So much to the point where she installed the cameras, made a threat that she actually, you know, lived upon when she said she's going to kill somebody. So it's more importantly, where's her father? She don't got a father?
I was asking that about him, but not
she
her.
has a father. He probably just ain't in the life.
But we never, as black men, we don't ever ask anymore. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm going to humor American Talk Lives with this question to the panel. How old were you when you had your first sexual experience?
Out of respect for Ronin and Fearless 360, I can't answer that because I slept with my babysitter's daughter. So, I can't. Yeah. Playing Pokemon cards, so I can't. You know how it goes sometimes. Yes.
I was a little bit younger, maybe a year younger.
Okay.
Than that.
You're younger than y'all still ain't said an age.
Oh, a year younger than 13. Because I was so amazed that the chick had
big boobs.
She had some hair on the. She had some fuzz down there. I was like, damn, you know. I was like, wow. Like, man, you know, that's all right.
Well, I guess I was the old fogey of the group. I was 17.
Oh, that's good though. If I had to go back, I would wait much longer. I think
I
even
graduated at 17, so that lets you know it was my high school prom. Pretty much.
I was 7.
You were 7.
Yeah, I grew up in a Jamaican household, so you know how that goes.
Yeah, y'all was walking.
No, I don't. You can tell us, but I wouldn't know.
I mean, I'm not speaking for every Jamaican household, but the one I grew up in, like, every time they would have like family gatherings, it was very, grinding, sexual. So you kind of get curious at a young age. Your pops don't really talk to you about chicks until you actually do the deed. So he will always tell you,
So you talking about, doing the dancing and getting that excitement going on.
Absolutely.
The loins.
This was like I think when give me a second, like when dance hall reggae was at its peak. So once them songs start to get going and you start grinding.
So I'm going to shout out T-Mac, my brother, a consistent supporter of the channels. And he said, in my opinion, the 13-year-old is just barely a teen. She can't be judged for the situation. The mother was wrong to shoot the fleeing man. No one's life was in danger. Correct. He wasn't fleeing. He literally walked out because he was an obedient kid. The mom came home. He came from underneath the bed. He did everything she asked him to do. He was leaving, and she immediately shot him in the back of the head as he walked out the door.
Wow.
Yes.
But yeah.
So real quick, suppose hypothetically speaking, she gets out, like whatever. Just hypothetically speaking.
Well, I mean, we went over 6 cases where it wasn't cut and dry. Man shot robbers from the neighbor's house, not even his house, and got away with it.
Right. So I was saying more so, like if she got out, what if his parents decide to get back?
Oh, and that has happened.
Because the way she executed that young man, that's like a mob hit type style, like behind the head, front lawn, walk the plank, and boom you. That like, really think about that. And her daughter is still, like you said, Ronin, posting things on IG as if nothing happened. Suppose she does it again to another young man, put another young man in danger.
Like I said, these kids don't have any value in life.
Sad, man.
Yeah, you're right. She did not even know that he was 20 when she shot him. This is all stuff that's coming out at the 11th hour after the fact. She did this out of emotion, out of a promise she said to her daughter, admittedly by her daughter, with the report to the police. Her mom had threatened her and said if she catches a boy in the house, she's going to put lead in his ass. So the daughter knew the threat, the veiled threat, didn't care, still invited the young man over, let him in the home. But instead of the mother dealing with the daughter, who does she deal with?
The boy.
And just
he's 20, so he's like a man.
This is to help you out, since you said you were talking about what happens, and that is not unheard of. So I remember this story. Ronin, if you want to post that one up here, let me let the dude play.
Yo, Douglas Barnes, right here in this picture. This is what you call eye for an eye, and you get back. And if you touch mine, I'm going to touch yours. His son was 19 years old, Gino Barnes. He was shot and killed during a traffic stop by Sergeant Mike McCarthy right here in the lower right-hand picture here. And Mike McCarthy killed his son while his son was reaching for his insurance in his glove box. Now, we don't know what happened with this case, if they never pressed charges on the officer or nothing. But for some reason, obviously, they never really did any disciplinaries or nothing, because if not, then the return of Douglas Barnes would never came. He waited on a 17-year-old Samantha McCarthy, which is Mike McCarthy's daughter, to exit the limo from her prom night, shot and killed her right then and there, and said eye for an eye.
So just to sum up what he did was this. His son had got stopped on a traffic stop and was reaching for his insurance, and the cop shot his son. Nothing happened to the cop. The dude waited years. When the cop's daughter was going to the prom, when she stepped out of the limo at the prom, he killed her and said, eye for an eye.
A generation for a generation.
Yeah. So when you say that things happen, there's some people out there who got that but patience and time.
And that's kind of true because you got a male child. That's your generational passing on, your legacy. You got a daughter. You took my generation. I'm gonna take one of yours.
I mean, just sorry to cut you guys off, but just reading T-Max, what he just said, I believe that the mother executed that young man, and it was displaced anger towards men in general. That could also be brought into the case too.
I can
believe that. That's a good point, T-Mac.
Valid point, yeah. But in regards to that brother who decided to, man, that's a tough one. He has every right to be angry and has every right to get it back. But you took the life of someone that had nothing to do with this. If you really want to get back, take that officer. I don't want to say it's on YouTube, but yes, the father, deal with him, not the daughter.
I agree, but here's probably
Alistair has a good point too. Think if that was a kid, maybe he wasn't 20. Remember, we're finding all this out now. She was willing to kill somebody else's child.
Yeah,
right.
But with that guy who shot the girl, I think he wanted the reason he didn't shoot the father. He said, "I want you to feel what I've been feeling." Because if you shoot him, he didn't feel it. But now, for the rest of his life, he has to not only remember shooting that kid, but thinking what his actions did to lose the life of his daughter. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that was probably his thinking behind it.
It's like poetic justice, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, jeez. Wow.
Yeah, but I think you may be right. I think
T-Mac said, I've never caught someone having sex in my house, but I caught a boy in my house sleeping without permission, and my daughter was there fully clothed. I gave her a 2-minute warning. The dude fled in seconds.
So he said, I don't need them 2 minutes, brother. I need 2 seconds.
My daughter saw that I was packing when I gave her the warning.
And T-Mac got patience like a saint. So T-Mac was Caribbean, he would have grabbed him by the throat.
It's better than going to jail, but a moment of non-emotional intelligence will cause you to have 20 to 30 years.
Yep.
Get what I'm saying? Take a second, take a breath.
But
think about if you're willing to lose your freedom over somebody else's shenanigans. There's a smarter way to do it.
My question always is, Ronin, who do we hold responsible, man? I mean, I keep hearing these crazy stories, and
well, first of all, what the blame is going to be is there's no father in the home. Where's the daddy at? Even though the mother's the one raising her and letting her be rambunctious as hell with no level of discipline. She ain't going to change her job. She's going to work whatever job schedule she can work instead of saying, hey, I need to quit my job because my daughter is out of hand. Can you change shifts with me? I don't want to leave my daughter at home by herself at night. She couldn't do that with her job. She's going to let her job dictate how she works, which means she devalues the parental supervision at night when she knows her daughter has already been promiscuous. Means she's not willing to change her program. She wants people to fall in line behind her. That's poor parenting. And then excuses of why you can't fix the situation and why you're gonna blame somebody else because your daughter is out there doing shit because she's not being watched.
Another thing you could also say is she's 13 years old. Who leaves a 13-year-old by themselves at home?
At night.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you had cameras.
Nah, I can't blame that because I come from the latchkey kid.
So did I.
I know, but usually what happens is your mom says, look, I'm leaving to work. I'm working this third shift. And you're supposed to be asleep. I'll leave out and I'll be home in the morning to see you go to school. Now, you know you're not supposed to be bringing nobody in. I mean, you can't blame the mom for trying to make a living and trying to work.
No, I understand that. Like I said, she's a poor single mother trying to make a living. I got that. And here's the biggest thing. Here's the biggest thing. The daughter knows situation because she seems otherworldly, even at 13 years old. Now, if the mama goes to jail, guess what? The daughter, in her mind, is considered free. She can go do whatever the fuck she wants, smash as many dudes as she wants. Why? Because the mother's in fucking jail.
Exactly.
But here go the crazy thing. I looked this up because I wanted to know, the kids' ages. And it says, investigative reports note that the 13-year-old shared a bedroom with her siblings, which is why the bed was referred to collectively as her kid's bed in the paperwork. I don't even know where the other kids was at, man.
How many siblings?
It just says siblings. It doesn't say it, but it said that she had siblings, maybe one or more. It doesn't say if they were girls or boys, but they all shared the same bedroom.
So wait, that also means that when the mother's not there, the 13-year-old who's promiscuous was put in charge of her younger siblings, however many they are.
That is correct.
Okay. Wow. See. Oh, but another thing, Felix, respectfully, I disagree. I think in your generation, people had more sense, more mature, more logic, and the parents didn't have to make life-altering threats for their point to come across. If your mother said, "I expect you to be in the bed by this time," you knew the deal already. In this generation, your mother got to threaten somebody with violence to get their point across, by using a gun, not belts, not hands, a gun. So that generation is two different. How people get their point across then versus now is night and day.
Look, I know people say they was latchkey kids, but not at night. I used to know chicks who you get out of school at 2:30, you home at 3, and their parents didn't get home till 6. And there was plenty of girls' houses I went over between the hours of 3 and 5:30. It's just, I mean, that's what kids did,
Right.
And I can't even say, even if it was girls, sometimes it'd be, dudes' houses. We all hang out over there because, they got the food or whatever, and we hanging out until time, everybody got to leave.
Right.
So, kids know. We know even when your mom say, don't let nobody in this house or don't go out, don't open the door. They still do it. But you can't fault them. The worst that happened with us is the mom come in yelling, and we just start leaving.
Right.
She wasn't yelling at us. She's yelling at, her son, because he knew the rules. He just over there.
Right. I mean, I hope I don't get chewed out by the chat and by you, because you're a great father. You have a daughter, but me, daughters and sons are raised differently. I know what nobody want to say, but if I know my son is outside or at his friend's house, I'm still protective, but I'm not overly protective of my son. I'm protective of him, but not overly. If my daughter now, I want you to wear this watch, this chain that has a tracker in it. Let me know where you at. I want to make sure your phone is fully charged. Yeah, I'm going to feel more. I feel like my daughter, until she's out of my house and until she's married, I'm never going to feel like she's going to be officially safe. You see what I'm saying? So I'm always going to be, I'm always going to be.
In the Bible, they called it keeping them covered.
Right.
A woman needs to be covered by her father until she leaves the home.
Absolutely. That's why I'm praying to God I don't have a daughter. I don't want that stress on my life. I'd rather have a son, because it's like I know how I'm going to be with my daughter. I'm going to get like 2 cane corsos. Wherever you go, take one with you. I'm going to do stuff like that. And I'm serious. Right. I'm going to be, I don't, especially nowadays, I don't know how you quality brothers do it. I can't do it, man. A daughter, it does something to you, man. It really does something to you. That's just me.
Yeah, they make you protective, but you still gotta. I think with a daughter, you are more. What would it be? More vocal, more. You expect your sons to know. You know, like, oh, you find out. I just don't think you like that with your daughters. You don't want them to find out. It's
Exactly.
more of, I have to teach you, I have to show you, I have to build you up to be a certain way.
Hey, Ronin, you see how Fearless got that Superman shirt on? Like, yeah, y'all messing with my daughter. Y'all find out. So you got a Superman shirt on, like, y'all messing with my daughter and find out. That's just me, man. I don't know.
American Live, I stole your name, man. I missed you so much when you wasn't here, brother. I thought that was my secret way of calling you. You know, it was like the bat sound.
We missed the Decepticon days. I still got that animation for you too, brother. You know, T-Mac says, Gen X was raised differently. I could not stand my parents, but I grew up quickly and was more mature than the current generation. We're very aware, but we were made to go outside and have life experiences. You know, we weren't told not to drink out the water fountain, not the water hose. And, you know, we went and had little pet projects, cleaning up the neighborhood to go earn money. We had hustles going on. We had a whole bunch of shit going on in Gen X. We just figured it out.
We dangerous, man. We used to build ramps and put people down and see if we could jump over them. So
yeah, here, lay down here so I can jump my bike over your whole body. Okay. Let's see if we can get 10 people side to side. Okay.
So it was always like that. We just, you know, our thing was don't come inside. It was go out.
I mean, yeah, we're the last generation that actually had the thing that said it's 8 a.m. All right, it's 8 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Yeah, you had to remind the parents to come look for their kids. Come on now. The TV literally had to remind your parents back in the day, hey, you need to go figure out where your kids are. You know what I'm saying?
Now, you know, the street lights. It
used to be when the street light came on. You need to be at home. But by 8 o'clock, there was truancy laws. I think by 8 o'clock, if you weren't in, then the popo got involved if they caught you out on the streets after a certain time because there were truancy laws, which means they kept kids in line back then.
Yeah, it was.
You couldn't just be out unattended by without an adult.
So, all right, so let's say that we talking about. I used to flip on a dirty mattress. That's how I knew how to do a back flip. That's how crazy. So
you learned that way. I learned in a pool.
Now my question is this: Are we looking at it from our generation? Meaning, all right, Ronin, you have a kid now. I got one. How are we gonna keep them off that IG, off that internet, off that social media? When that's just a part of how life is and raised.
I mean, it's a form of communication nowadays, and you literally have to train your kids to how to use it responsibly, you know, and teach them the difference between reality and the perception of reality because of AI and all these other things that they're going to grow up with. You don't know what's real and what's been faked now, even with IG and pictures. So they're going to have to grow up an even more different way because IG is so good with their deep fakes now. You don't know how one thing could be real or it could be all the way fake. So
we didn't have to grow up.
Discerners on truth.
We didn't have to grow up. You know, if you talk to somebody on the phone, you knew they wasn't a 30-year-old man, you know.
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna stop that when you know you got these predators that pretend to be something else?
Exactly.
I think the things that so does that mean they need to be more cautious? I know we keep saying we let our kid. Back in the day, we were allowed to do a lot. Do you think that the people today should be more protective of their kids?
Yeah, absolutely.
But hold up. But do you think by being more protective, you growing up them sissies?
No. They're still gonna have intramural sports. They're still gonna do the things they need to do. And even though I didn't play a whole bunch of organized sports, I was in martial arts and a whole bunch of things where it was an individual type of thing that was driven. You know, so I still had activities, even though I played football a couple seasons, I played basketball a couple seasons. The rest of the time I was in band and doing other things, you know, aside from my martial arts or boxing or something. I always kept myself busy. My mom made sure she always kept me busy in other activities. I had mentorships. I had different things like that. So I think with kids nowadays, and I was just sitting here with my lady, we watch Walking Dead a lot. The type of situations that could happen. You know, one of the things that's going on right now is the radio. Certain people get on the radio and they start talking up themselves or talking up what their situation is. All the while, the person listening on the other side of the radio, whether they're talking or somebody just listening in, is getting information on the size of your group, how they're going to be able to break you down, what kind of resources you have they can fucking take from you, and everything else. So the way I would raise my kids is to keep them closed-lipped and not talk too much about any one thing. And anybody sharing that kind of information is really opening themselves up to be taken advantage of in one way or another.
And my wife just had to have that conversation with her mother, boy, because I guess the mother, I don't know what she got on her phone, but I guess she didn't have enough memory to save. So every time she sends a picture to her, you know, the mom is like uploading it to her like IG, almost as a way to save pictures. She's like, look, don't put, and I say it because I don't put her out there like that. Don't put her in them situations. Right. Even my wife is
I see
even
you
with me, you know, because you think, oh man, it's a little girl, you know. I think I like the first picture had like, you know, just holding her, but you can see her chest.
Right.
She's 6 months old. And she's like, no, you don't know what pedophile out in it. And the problem was, since I don't think like that, I'm thinking, who thinks like that? But there's a world out there of people who do think like that.
Who do think like that, right? And I used to have to tell my mom this. I said, you kind of get me guarded. You kept my son guarded. Now your great-grandchildren, you're trying to keep them guarded. I said, their experience is going to be totally different from you growing up in the 40s to what's going on now in 2026. They're going to have their own life experience. If they're going to be able to relate to children their age or even be an example of something not to do with children of their age, you can't let them live a guarded life to where they don't have life experiences. You can just maintain a good route of how you teach them, and you got to allow them to experience certain things because they need to have that level of experience, but it has to be supervised. And that's the problem we notice a lot of times. People allow their children to do a whole bunch of shit unsupervised.
So do you think that with that girl?
By the way, welcome T-Mac to the stage.
Salute, T-Mac. That girl was 13.
You got to jump into this conversation because, you know, there ain't no take turns.
That girl was 13, right? When do you think because she didn't get like that at 13.
Yeah, you just said you were 7. Dice down there saying he was like down.
No, I wasn't 7.
Age.
Hold up.
I'm the oldest dude. I'm 17. I cracked my first nut. And so that means that those girls at those ages were still doing stuff because we were the little boys that were even doing it at our age. So
I'm saying that girl was wild at 13. When you
got to imagine, think about this though. We're Gen X. That was very rare even at our age that you were able to do certain things. Now these kids are so free, and like people are saying, the world is so much smaller. Social media has so much input inside of your own nuclear family that it is outlandish to think that your child in some way or fashion has not been exposed to corn, has not been exposed to different things that you might not want to expose them to, but involuntarily they've been exposed to. Why? Because AIs look at your search parameters and start feeding you information even if you don't want it. You know what I'm saying?
So 2 things on that, Ronin. She's 13. It didn't just happen when she was 13. So some years
and obviously
before.
her mother knows she had a problem because she had to make that bail threat.
So my question is this, and I'm not saying this right. We hear about her, but I haven't heard anything about him with anybody. You know, nobody else 13 is coming up and say, oh, he's like me.
Right. This could have been his first experience with any kind of a woman at all.
Right.
Even at 20. Remember, he's slow to mind cognitively. This might have been his first interaction. Really. You know, but hey, T-Mac, come on, man, jump in here. What's up? I've seen some of the comments. I don't know if your mic is not working, but you're muted right now. Go ahead. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know what his experience is. They say he's soft-spoken. Now, how many sisters you know out there want a soft-spoken 20-year-old young man that doesn't really have the capacity to understand street or this and the other. He was pretending with that fan of money he had on his IG, but we don't know how he came off that money. You know what I'm saying? So you don't know the capacity of this young man and whether this was his first experience or many experiences. But like you said, nobody else has said anything about him, or nobody's come out the woodwork to say, oh, he slept with my child too. But everybody wants to assume he's a pedo, not that the girl misled him.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was having some mic trouble.
Yeah,
hey, how's everyone? How you doing? David Dice, Brother Fearless, Brother Semper Fi, Ronin and everyone.
Bro. All right. So let's get into it. You've been watching, you've been listening, and I know you have a daughter. So how are you feeling about this as a father?
Yeah, I got 3 daughters and 2 sons. So I've had a situation. I never, caught, my daughters in the middle of the act. Well, the oldest one. The other ones are, younger. Like, she'll be 36 this year. But anyway, I came home. I used to travel a lot, so I came back from Japan, and she didn't know about it, right? But I saw her. She was going through her phases where she was doing raves, and she was messing with substances and stuff. So I saw her and the dude. They were just like on each side of the couch. They were, came home from a rave, I guess. They were totally dressed, but I don't allow nobody in my house without no permission, right? So I came in. I saw them. I went to my closet, got my piece and, walked out. I tapped her on the shoulder. I said, your boy got 2 minutes, to vacate the premises or I might have to come out blazing. So I went in my room, man. Came out in about 30 seconds. There was no sign of that dude, man.
Hey, that control aggression.
Hold on. You came in the door and they were still sitting on the couch?
No, they were sleeping on opposite ends.
Yeah, they were like sitting up on sleeping on each.
What I'm saying is when you came in and they still just stayed in the house. Because my thing.
Yeah, they were sleeping.
Oh, they were asleep. Okay.
Yeah, it was like early in the morning. It was like maybe like 4 a.m. in the morning. So they're totally dressed, just knocked out on each end of the couch, opposite armrests, fully clothed, but they were both asleep in bed.
Right.
And so I came in. I was like, I said, your boy got 2 minutes, to get out of here. I'm going to my room. I'm going to come back in 2 minutes. And if anybody's in here, it's going to be some problems. But it was like 30 seconds, because she was going through those phases, where, she's my daughter by marriage, but, I consider her mine because I raised her since she was 2. But
she knew when you were serious, though. She knew when you were serious. That controlled aggression, like you already know. I don't need to say. And it's just the way you say it. It's like, dang, he ain't playing. You gotta go.
So calm in his voice is scary. Like his voice is so calm. Saying that is scary. Like you got 2 minutes to get out. I'll blast your ass.
Hey, in the Marine Corps, we don't. They teach us not to hesitate. Yeah. You don't freeze up. You see a problem, you just have to address it, right?
Yep.
All right, so let's go back to this question. He was invited to the house. Why would you say that to him? I mean, he's an invited guest. He ain't.
I never talked to him.
He talked to his daughter. He didn't talk to
him. He was dead asleep. I never seen him do the wake at all. I just all I did was I saw him sleeping in 1 minute, and the next minute he was gone, like the road runner.
James says whether it's high school or girls in their 50s wearing clothes that are basically underwear, what do you think? What I think is I hate when girls go to the gym and they got that monkey showing and you can see the whole outline of the monkey and their ass, and then they get upset at you for looking.
I can dress like I want.
Yeah, so there
should be a dress code then.
Yeah, it's the attention and things that they try to get and then shame you for
looking.
Correct.
Absolutely.
I mean, this whole situation, man, it's just it's both sad, crazy, unfortunate, because I don't see any justification for that woman. First of all, I can't, for a 13-year-old, that's a baby to me, man. That's just they might, even if they have the body of a woman, they definitely ain't got the mentality of a woman. You know what I'm saying? So I can't, I can't blame her, in that regard, hold her responsible. But
Her
the mother,
meaning the daughter, you can't hold the daughter responsible.
the daughter responsible. Yeah, she's 13. So that's why I mentioned this. She's 13. I can't hold her responsible. The young man. I didn't. I admit I was knocked out. I just woke up and the stream was still going. So that's why I jumped in. But anyway, the mother, I do blame her because that young man was not aggressive. He wasn't like trying to fight her, come after her, from what I understand.
Right.
And she don't know if he had any mental issues or not. I'm assuming that she did not, but he was compliant and leaving. He wasn't a threat, so she had no reason to take his life. And she might have known. Yes, sir.
So there was a conversation between the mama and the daughter as this young man was being talked to and walked out the door. You don't think that amped her up to try to prove her point to her daughter while her daughter was being a smart ass? Because you know how little girls can be with they lip.
Yeah. What I do know is, like, as far as like the psychology of the woman I was growing with, man, I would get my butt beat for stuff that my late father had did to my mother, decades beforehand. That had nothing to do with. And she told me finally, like, when I was age 35, she started, had a come to Jesus moment, telling me that, you look just like your dad, and I beat you because I was so afraid. I mean, I was so angry at him for dying early. I was like, why the hell you beat me for? I didn't do nothing to you, woman. I was like, so I can see why, this woman, she probably had some displaced anger. I'm just assuming, but still, it was wrong under any circumstances. But I believe she was taking out something, whether it was against her daughter, whether it was something else that was going on against this young man. And I'm not saying he was like, innocent. I don't know if he was totally, cognizant about the cause and effect of his actions, but it was wrong, what she did just to take his life.
Yeah, Ronin, if you can for me, go ahead. I know you got a some kind of AI about some money. Go ahead and throw one under them so I can get T-Mac his roses while he here.
Okay. Okay, hold on. I got something. Yeah. Let's play. Yeah, we're gonna play yours.
Hut!
Thanks for the big super chat.
So shout out to T-Mac for the big super chat in the house. Always bringing that support here.
Yeah.
So thank you, T-Mac, for that super chat.
My pleasure, man. I appreciate you guys, and try to show support.
I owe you one too, man. I owe you one from the other day. So let me go ahead and play another one for you. This is mine though. Mine had to do with the Marine Corps. We got 1,001 stories what happened at boot camp. But here's one.
That was 2083. Hotel company.
Thank you for that big super chat. Semper Fi. Ooh rah.
Remember what the one thing they told us? They said you never forget your senior drill instructor, your company, and your platoon. Hotel company 2083 was senior drill instructor Staff Sergeant Fleming.
Okay.
I never,
you were in Paris Island then?
No, I was in San Diego.
You were in San Diego? Okay, so was
yes,
I.
Sir. Yeah, I was Hollywood Marine, man.
You went in 2 years before me.
Mount MFer and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. James Jonas put up that, and I might not stay too long. It's after midnight after here, but I want to read this and go back to what you were saying, Ron. He says, I think it's kind of gross and kind of effed up that girls can basically walk around in public in a birthday suit like a grocery store. And if a guy even thinks about showing up shirtless, he gets kicked out. Ronan said it. The rules ain't fair. He just said the rules. Ronin said the rules ain't fair. And once we start understanding that the rules are not fair, like I said that there was a guy who went to the club and you have to show your ID to get in the club. Girl shows her ID, which says she's over 21. He hooks up with her later and finds out, the mom's like, oh no, she was, 15 or something. Then he gets in trouble. And he think, what did he do? What's his responsibility in it? And so as a guy, you always gonna be in the wrong, no matter how you look at it, and it's not fair. Even in the other criminal cases that we looked at, where a black woman shoots a gun in the air and they talking about 60 years, and another dude get on the phone with the police and shoot two dudes in the back. They like,
wow, talking to him.
Yeah, wow,
get away with it.
Let him out. So, I think once we understand that it's just not fair, then we'll get used to it. We want it to be fair, and it's just not.
But I'm sorry. Another thing, guys. Just I know, I'm just comparing because a lot of things have been happening lately with teachers being active with students, especially young boys nowadays. It's like a common thing nowadays.
Yeah.
And yes, those teachers, the situation wasn't as drastic as this one because somebody lost their lives. But a lot of these teachers are getting on for probation, being on the registry list, barely getting any jail time for numerous years. So this whole case could potentially open up another can of worms.
But David, let's flip it even further. The male teachers are the ones really getting prosecuted. The female ones are the ones getting slapped on the wrist and maybe let go on probation, because why is a boy not fantasizing about his teacher to where it's belittled or is celebrated that the young man might have slept with the teacher and she slept with the whole football team? That's not a big deal. But if a male teacher slept with a student, throw him up underneath the jail, execute his ass right there for public consumption. You get what I'm saying? The vary is the female versus the male committing the crime. We have voted ourselves into laws that enable women to weaponize the law against us now.
It's a sad part, but yeah, we did vote for those laws, so can't really say too much because we did vote for them.
I have to say something. I got PTSD over David Dice because he has that Hellraiser box, that cologne box. Is that you, brother?
Yeah. David Dice got a whole fucking cologne warehouse.
He has that, that Hellraiser box.
Yeah.
You still got that David Dice?
Yeah, I like that box, man. The one where you got to spin the fucking box in order to open it. Like,
it's key to hell. It opens up.
Which one is this? On the boat
I couldn't forget that, man.
Yeah,
I couldn't forget that, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, when I see you guys one day, I'm gonna definitely cop all three of y'all brothers one of these. But I still didn't get to use this one yet, so not yet. But yeah,
I'm just gonna share this with you, and real quick, Ronin. I might not stay on long, but I want to bring this up because we had a conversation not too long ago about this. Let me see. You see that?
Yeah,
Amber Rose reveals she dates men in their early 20s, and she's 42. I'm in my sexual prime. When I say things aren't fair, we just got off the conversation with your girl, with Mariah or something like that, who called men predators. They can't wait to get with these young women so they can mold them. But we never heard her say anything about these older women, these young men.
Because it's a pleasure for that young man to enjoy that older woman and her.
But you see how that is? We were the predators. We were preying on young women. And this is to the guy in there when I say it's never fair. A woman said that if a guy dates a woman, even Magnesia said it. Oh man, if a guy's in his 30s and he dates an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old, that's disgusting. But nobody's saying that to Amber Rose. They're saying she living her best life.
Even she said a 24-year-old or 25-year-old should date a 25 or 26-year-old male and let him go through and let her learn through him. So basically what she's saying is Women need to be traumatized before they learn how to date instead of meeting a man that's going to treat her right and bring her up to where she never gets traumatized in a relationship because he's already gone through everything with dealing with older men. She wants them to be traumatized and everything and have all kind of chaos before they actually learn what life's about and date somebody else, which is crazy to me.
That's pretty much a Western thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A Western society thing. Just here in Colombia, I mean, jump in.
No, you go. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry.
Like here in Colombia, it's like you'll have like, you know, so my recent ex, she's just 25, right? We have a 3-year-old, but she actually approached me. I met her when she was like younger, but we're just friends. But she was legal at the time. I had to put that in there because I don't mess with no kids.
Right.
But anyway, we were just friends. And I was like, okay, we're too young because that's when I first moved, to Colombia, and I was like, you know, she ain't got no interest in nobody my age. I wasn't even thinking along those lines, but. You know, so she came to one of my parties I held at like a bowling alley, and she was like, I was mentioning to her, I broke up, and then she was like, I would like the opportunity to date you, and I was like, you just playing with me, whatever. But it happened, man. We started dating. Was like we were together almost like 4 years, and here it was like it wasn't. It's not that big. It wasn't a issue in Colombia. Let's put it that way. Even though we're like Andre has a big age gap. And mine was like about 29. Even with my side chick, it's like a 21-year-old age gap. But here, it's like nobody looks at it like that way. And I realized
Mariah kept trying to say that, and I'm glad you said that. The girl Mariah kept saying, girls 18 to 25, that you preying on them. And when I was on, I said, look, sometimes these women are the predators. They're the one that's going after men that are older. Just like you said, she waited for you to be single and she let you know. It wasn't like you came at her like I'm ready. She let you know, hey, I want to date you.
Yeah, because when you move from the US, to Colombia, you don't even think that way. You think that the younger ones in their mid-20s or whatever, they're just kind of messing with you, and they're only with you about the maybe about financial security. Well, so to answer the question in chat, I'm 54 right now. But everyone, I talked to several of my female friends here in Colombia, and they were like, no, she's serious. They were like, to us, love is love as long as the woman is an adult. We don't see anything wrong with that here in Colombia. So even though there was like a 20-something-year-old age gap, it wasn't an issue. And for a while, we got along really well. She was like, very peaceful, easygoing. And I think, Dre was saying there's something they like to, they see you as being more stable, and they like, they can learn a lot of things from you. So I didn't feel any type of awkwardness, even walking, through the mall or whatever. Nobody ever looked at us strange or anything like that.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that. And I tried to explain that, but the girl kept saying, "Oh no, it's these men. Y'all want these young men, these young women that y'all can take advantage of." And I said, lady, I don't know what you're talking about. You live in delusion. There's some of these women who are seeking the men.
I mean, just to sorry to cut you guys off, but I think
go ahead.
If you want to maintain, I'm speaking only for the men. If you want to maintain a level of peace, good health, and overall peace of mind, you need to stop having conversations with women in the States who can't even rationalize their own behavior. So I'm not going to sit there and try to explain to you the reason why we date women who are 25, 24, 23. How is your dating life? Maybe you should take notes from me. Maybe you will have a better dating life. But I'm not going to sit there and try to, explain to you, hoping that you understand. I'm not going to explain anything to you. Better yet, I'm not even going to talk to you about it, because our level of thinking are two different ways of thinking. So that's the best way we could deal with it, is don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it.
It's surprising because she lived in Colombia for a while. That's what's surprising. But I've noticed, and I can't generalize all young people, but I noticed that some of the younger content creators, they tend to overgeneralize from their experience. And I've seen this for Austin and some other people. They'll make a general comment. This is the way it is. Black people don't have any success or whatever dating in Colombia because I didn't. And I'll see this a lot, even from. But some of the
there's no way you can do it.
Right. It's some of the older, more mature people. We don't see it that way. And so I would have like actually older people. They were like, why do these like beautiful younger women always like approach you, man? I'm 33. I'm in better shape. I'm not crippled. You know, I'm not middle aged, whatever. And I said, but you know, they would see like women like approach me, and they would just be wondering how you doing it, man. I was like, I just think that women, you know, since you know, of course, there is a socioeconomic gap here, and they don't. Women seem like they don't want to. They see it more risk, like dating younger men sometimes. So I kind of, you know, I see it that way. And if you take good care of yourself and you look good, then they don't see a problem with, you know, dating. I even asked my former girlfriend. I was like, you know, I'm like, you're the same age as your mom. Don't you feel awkward about that? She was like, no, because you look nothing like my mom. You look like 15 years younger.
I was trying to show that, and so you can read your super chat, and I couldn't get to the share Google, so maybe you can.
Oh, that's a shared Google link. I think it's to
oh man,
flight arrangements. Mac ain't playing, man. Mac already got flight arrangements. He's like, just book the ticket, and he's willing to go ahead and throw that money back at you.
Yeah, he gotta let that go, man. You gotta let that go.
Hey.
Yeah, I saw that. I wish we could get beyond that, man. I mean, I'm not talking about Mac, nothing like that, because I did see the person make the threat, and you know, we shouldn't be coming at each other like that, man. This is like social media. It's like on the Boondocks, that Ninja Moments stuff.
Right.
You can't come at a grown man with no threats, man. I would be upset too. I mean, somebody's, you know, coming at me like that. But yeah, I feel you.
Like two things. I wanna, because the last time I mentioned this, but how ladies are always
a nigga moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was because I had a lady I was talking to. She's an older lady, like in her 40s, and I would tell her like, yo, I really don't want to deal with you because you're old and your body can't keep up. So she's like, you want to deal with young?
You going right for the jugular?
That's life.
You can't tell a woman the truth like that. What's wrong with you, David?
She can't walk.
Feed them the truth. You can't do that.
Ronin, she can't walk. She can't walk in the park too long. Her knees hurt. So I told her I want to deal with a younger woman who's in shape. Her first thing she mentioned to me was, "Oh, you want to deal with a woman who has less sexual experience than me?"
I said that to that.
Right, and then I remember not too long ago, Fearless made a video. I bookmarked it on YouTube. He was like, "Your body count is not just a number. That's who you are." So I wanted to pull it up and play it, but my phone died. I was like, this is exactly what we're talking about. Your first initial thought is to, instead of understanding where I'm coming from, you want to insult me by saying things like that. So you know what? I don't want your AARP money. You could keep that to yourself. Have a good day. That's it.
Bro, you just cutting them down. Like, I don't want your AA.
American Lie. He said, how much was my age? I got to think. 8, 7.
I don't blame Brother David Dice. I don't blame it. She's trying to stereotype you for like one of them rap dudes, man. That's not. That's wrong, man.
I'm a 14. I got a 14-year age gap.
Mine is 32. Mine is 32.
Yeah, I'm at 14.
Yeah, I don't like stress, and I don't like people who don't take time to rationalize what they're saying. So if that's what you coming at me, have a good day. Walk it off. You tough, right? That's it.
But the rationale, what the other person said, and this is, and I'm gonna move this back to what we're talking about too. Her rationale was, I think Ronin, you said it best, because she was saying, well, you know, these young girls, they out here having sex and they get traumatized, and then by the time they 30, they all messed up. And my comment was, well, why would I want to date a 30-year-old then?
Right. Traumatized and everything else.
Wouldn't I want to date someone who's younger? Because what you're saying is by the time that they're your age, they got issues.
Exactly.
So I don't want to date issues. And of course, I want to date someone that I can put onto my page to put, y'all can call it molding, you can call it whatever you want. I know that it's easier. All right, I tell you what, I think T-Mac and Ronin, since you guys have been in the military, could you have gone to the military at 30? Boot
The
camp.
age is older now, but yeah, you can.
No, you could have. Could you have started boot camp at 30?
Not knowing what I know by 30, no, I wouldn't have gone in the military.
Mac, could you have entered boot camp? You know, you done live life and then you go in at 30.
No way, because I see now how much I could have, because all the earning potential and like the maturity and things I've done in life.
See, I'm not even talking about that. I say that because I know, like Riddick Bowe. Let me say it like this: at 18, I joined a fraternity. There's no way I could have joined a fraternity later on in my life. I couldn't have let them people do half the things they did to me. I couldn't have been they could not have mentally brainwashed me. I'd have just been too set in my ways. I would have either quit because I know I could quit.
They would have brainwashed you.
No, I wouldn't have let them because I'd have quit. That's what I'm saying. At a younger age, when you come out of high school, it's easier to mold you to how they want you to be. When you get older, it's harder.
I'm trying to tell you, my mindset, the way I was as an architect, dropping out of college and going into the military, I didn't think you could brainwash me. It wasn't until the Gulf War and we were steaming from Hong Kong to Kuwait, I realized I was brainwashed at that point. Up until then, I didn't think they had brainwashed me, broke me down, none of that. I was still fighting against the fucking machine. If a fucking racist ass gunny was in my face, I fucking told him where he could go take a fucking flying leap. You couldn't stop me from opening my mouth the whole time I was in the military. I didn't really think I was brainwashed because I still had freedom of who I was conceptually. But when danger was coming up and they were getting us ready to go into battle, bruh, that shit snapped right in place. I was like, what the fuck?
All right, so that's when you was 18, they was able to do it. Then think about how your mentality would have been at 30. For instance, when I've seen people try to train people to box, the first thing they say is, I want somebody who's never boxed before. Because if I can take someone who hasn't boxed before, I don't have to take their bad habits that they've learned. Yeah, all the bad habits they learned.
Salespeople. If I was going to hire somebody to sell, I would hire somebody brand new. That way I can mold them the way I want them to. And they don't come in thinking they know everything with bad habits.
And I think that's what I was trying to tell the girl, Mariah, that's what guys want. They want a girl that they can bring into and mold. And just like that little girl,
but see, you can't say mold around them because then they're saying you're grooming them. They use these choice words to shame you for what you're trying to do. Oh, you're just grooming them.
I have a question though.
That little girl,
you did an interview?
Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You did an interview with Mariah earlier?
I was on a show where they were talking about that, and she always had a double standard whenever it came to.
She was different from when she was on Dre's show, T-Mac. She a whole nother person.
No, but not that. What I mean is, she would have an argument for one thing, and then when you say, well, that doesn't make, like, the argument was on one instance was men want to mold these women, and then by the time a woman is 30, she's already used up and bad and all of that. And I said, well, okay, you're telling me to date a 30-year-old. Why would I date the 30-year-old if they already have all the problems that you just said? And then she would say, well, a lot of these young women are out there and they're doing all of this, they're promiscuous. And I said, well, I wouldn't want a promiscuous 18-year-old the same way I wouldn't want a promiscuous 30-year-old. It's still the same. Either one I don't want. And I said, a man that, is dating someone who may be younger isn't for predatory reasons. Usually we hire somebody out of college so we can teach them our way, because we don't want them to come in with bad habits and bring that bad habits into our culture. You have a certain culture and corporate culture that you try to do. And she looks at it as a predatory person. A man looks at it like, I don't want to have to, I'm not teaching you. I can't, I'm not teaching a pit bull. You already angry. You already did. Somebody already got your thought process about how you think about men or whatever. I don't want to have to retrain you again. That's just too much time. So
I mean, first, that's another thing, because I've seen videos prior to Mariah going on Love Crossing Borders. I'm be honest with you, out of love and respect for Dre, you know, a lot of people that come on that like the get like her in particular, she full of shit. But we was like, all right, Dre letting her rock, so you know we show love, we act like we like her, but we don't give a shit. All due respect, we love Dre, and you know we love the channel, Love Crossing Borders, and but.
It's like you going to your grandma. Listen, it's like you going to your grandmama's house. You know what the rules of that room is going to be, so you're going to act accordingly. So she went in, acted accordingly. But then when you get her out of pocket, then all of a sudden she reverts back to being who that westernized ex-stripper used to be. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But yeah, you get in a room like even here when we were about to have the argument that was going on between Nakneezy, and we call that to attention. That does go on here. We have professional, you know, man conversations without involving feelings or getting too out of pocket. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So know the rules of the room. When you walk in, you just act accordingly. You can put on, you know, sheep clothing for a while, then rip it off and become that wolf when you walk out. And that's what she does. She puts on the act, but then when you get her frazzled,
and the reason I brought it up into what we're talking about now is there is never, in her eyes, the women never are responsible. There's no accountability for any of the women. If it's an 18-year-old if it's an 18-year-old who took advantage, like in Thailand of the guy, it was his fault. All the time, it's always the man's fault, no matter what. And I'm like, at some point, the responsibility, you know, it's a shared responsibility.
And I agree with you. Yeah, and I think that I was gonna say, you know, I totally agree with Fearless, but there's like the ideal, you know, how it should be and how it is. But you know what, the way that like women are being taught with this feminist movement, it's like always the man's fault, and especially, and you know, I know there might be some sisters watching, but in the Black community, especially, they took that to like a different level where like the woman is above reproach in a lot of aspects. Because my mom even acts that way. She comes to me and saying, as a woman, I was like, Mom, how are you being a woman is gonna be any different where we're part of the same species? You know what I'm saying? So why are you gonna be saying stuff like that? I said, Mom, don't bring up that feminist stuff. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. You being a woman does not give you extra like insight, you know, over, you know, what's right, you know, more than me.
And that's why I read the comments for what we were talking about with this lady, Miss Scott. What's her name? Miss Scott?
Kendra Scott.
When I read the comments, you know, it was every woman that's a predator, die. She did the best thing. It was no logic placed in it. It was all emotion. It was kill him. I'm glad he dead. He's this. All the way through. No, it was nothing, no accountability held for that woman. And I'm like, at some point, y'all got to look at it logically, you know, and say, you know, who's right, who's wrong. You can be mad, but, you know, you can't do certain things. But it was straight down the line. I'm glad he dead. It was no regard for human life. Predator, pedophile, kill.
Wow.
And I was, you know, I seen, you know, comment. Yeah, I respect and I cherish Black women. My mother's a Black woman, everything like that. But also, I hold them accountable. If somebody's gonna come at you wrong, I'm not gonna just like all of a sudden just like give you the benefit of the doubt just because you're like a woman. I come at them logically and say, okay, because you have like a uterus, that makes you more insightful than, you know, me. And then she thinks for herself. And she says, you know, she's like, son, you're right. And so it's not about disrespecting them. It's just the fact that, you know, I try to, you know, approach it logically and let them know what they're saying. It's either it's not fair or doesn't make logical sense. And it's more out of emotion than out of like actual logic or realism sometimes. I'm not saying, you know, with a blanket statement that all, you know, Black women are usual.
And let's say this. Everything is the meaning word when men do it. When women don't do it, it's something different. It's positive. It's refreshing. It's them expanding and spreading their wings. If a man tries to do it, like I said, it's grooming. When we say molding, that's grooming. Oh, that's bad. If a woman tries to teach you how she feels, then you're just being emotionally intelligent and caring towards their feelings. You get what I'm saying? That's always a positive for them, and it's a negative spin for us.
Right.
But I'm sorry, Nat Measy. I'm not necessarily from the queen and king class. I might be a warrior class person. You know, I might even be somebody from the farmer class. But there were some bad wenches up in that motherfucking kingdom too. Okay, we weren't all queens. There was some motherfucking bad wenches. There was harems. There was all kind of shit. Every woman was not meant to be a motherfucking queen, and every man wasn't a motherfucking king.
Exactly.
So, get you, but hey, we got to all stop with this. Everybody's a king and queen, because none of these women right now are acting like that. It's also how you carry yourself.
Exactly.
I think what's lost is responsibility. One thing for all my children, I'd say one thing I taught them when they grew up: don't blame anybody else for things that go bad in your life. And they, when they try to do that, like their moms would do, I would just look at them and they would immediately stop. Because there's very few instances where you had no impact in the decision that led up to you having that bad situation. You know that this person, whatever named Keisha, was brought, get into things because Keisha did something. You got caught up with her. You had the choice to hang out with Keisha when you know she was about to BS, right? So don't come to me telling me, Dad, it's not my fault. No, I said you take responsibility for it. So that's one thing I'm very proud of my children, because all of them, they learned that lesson. You take responsibility for your decisions and you own up to it. And I think that's something that's lost in parts of our community.
This is for American Live, and I'm gonna get off after this. He says, if you play chess, the most valuable piece is the one you hate to lose. Yeah, it's the king. It ain't the queen. Ask Magnus. He can still. Take his queen off. He can still beat you in chess with no queen. You don't need that queen on the board.
The king decides whether the game is won or lost. The queen might have power to move all over the fucking spatially, all over that chessboard she wants. But when is the game over? When the king is taken, not the queen. You can get a queen back with a pawn. So what does that mean? You can take the lowest of the low woman and make her a queen, but you can never make another king.
Exactly.
You think the pawns are like the Pookie, so you can take a Pookie and turn it into queen.
You can take a woman from
or Keisha.
You can
turning your hoe into a housewife.
Yeah, we don't do that.
You can never take a pawn and make a king. There's only one king.
Yeah, but it's different. Ronan, I'm heading off. For some reason, they're gonna make me go to work tomorrow. I don't know why.
Oh shit! What you gotta work on a Friday, Saturday? What's that? No, it's Friday for you.
Yeah, it's still Friday.
Yeah, see, it's already my Friday, so I'm already confused. When y'all start talking G's, I gotta think 13
What's that song? What's that song from the 90s? What is work? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
That's the one y'all hear. I don't know if I can do the Spanish version.
What is work?
There's a Spanish. Let's see. I'll play that. I don't think we'll get copyrighted for that.
It's okay. I'll just cut it out. It's no big deal. That's the one thing I don't care. I can cut that shit out. It don't need to be replayed and heard.
All right. You let me share this one. I'll share it. See. This the one the wife plays, and she the Latinas. Yeah, let me see when you put that on. I'll put it up.
You have the ability to put it up. You're a host.
I don't wanna go to work. I don't wanna wait tomorrow. I just ain't trying to go to work. I don't wanna wait tomorrow. La estoy pasando súper bien. Yo sé que esta noche va a ser muy larga. Con mi corillo a beber.
That's what we play here. I don't want to go to work. No trabajar mañana. Well, brothers, it's been a pleasure. Y'all keep on. Don't leave because of me.
I think I work more now in semi-retirement than I do when I worked. I'm in the lab from goddamn 7:30 sometimes till 5-7 o'clock in the evening. My lady's like, it's time to eat. I'll go down and eat, or she'll bring it up to me.
Man, y'all have a good one. And before y'all sign off, let me know if I was wrong, right, indifferent, or if that woman was wrong, right, indifferent, and how y'all feel about the kid, both the girl and the boy, or the man, as the women like to say.
All right. Have a good night, brother.
All right.
Good night, Phyllis.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So, I mean, like T-Mac, you are the father. Like I said, I'm a grandfather of a.
I just lost audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us? I can hear you. If you got to drop down and drop back up, come back up. Go ahead. Hey, David, say something and see if he can hear you.
T-Mac, you hear me? Yep.
Nope, he can't.
Wow.
He's gonna have to drop down, and this is the first time I ever had that problem on here. I've never had a problem with people dropping in and dropping out and it can't be heard.
Probably connection where he's at not too good.
Well, I know that StreamYard has had that problem with other people, but I've never had that individual problem to date. But it looks like it's starting to happen even with mine. I might need to wipe out my my cache. T-Mac is back on 2 channels. I'm gonna remove this one.
Yeah, sometimes I get knocked off when.
Yeah, but I've never had that affect my. Yeah, I've never had that affect my channel yet. It's happened on other people's show, but I've had people come up and go down all the time, and never had a problem with people not being able to hear when somebody drops off. But hey,
you have it all the time. I don't know why. Is it iPhone? Do you have iPhone or?
No, I'm on a PC.
Okay, yeah, I was using my iPhone and I have that problem a lot.
That's probably what it is. Maybe iPhone has some kind of update that messes things up like that, But no, I appreciate you guys. But T-Mac, you're the one that actually you're a father of daughters. So this is really more about listening to your opinion on the reaction of this woman. I mean, let's put it this way. Would your exes that have the daughters, whether it be the one or more, would they react this way if something was to happen like that?
I don't see it, but my my most recent ex-wife, she's kind of like a tiger mom, half Japanese. And I don't know what would happen if she had some type of weapon like that. I don't know. Irrational. I don't know if how she would react. To be honest, but
really,
she's hard to read.
Is she more calculating than she overreacts without thinking?
I think if she thought it was like some type of like assault, I think she would react violently. But if it's not an insult, I don't think she would react like that because she does think about consequences more. Okay,
so then here's the thing. So your ex is driving home because she's been alerted because she has, security cameras all over the house. She knows your daughter had let somebody in the house. So it's somebody that your daughter knows, right? So she has that information rolling in her head. She immediately leaves work and drives home. So she has time to process what's going on, even though she has cameras on them the whole time. She comes home, your daughter might be acting a little rebellious and not opening the door immediately and slows her ability to get in the house to meet up with whoever's in the house, meaning the boy. She gets in the house, she has more time to calm down. The daughter is there, maybe arguing back and forth with her. The boy is cooperative, not doing anything out of hand, and decides leave as he's directed by her. Do you think she's going to take it to the nth degree, knowing who your exes are? Do you think she would go ahead and make that decision upon the trigger with a sound mind?
Definitely not. And if it was under that scenario, she probably would have called like 911 before she ever got home, knowing her, and she probably would have called me because she knows that that I would jump right on top of it. But I would say no. She that's just not. I don't think that's part of her like makeup, unless she's like saw that like my daughter was in danger or something like that. She wouldn't take those steps. Yeah, she would come in very upset, but I don't see her reacting in a violent manner unless, you know, she thought her daughter was in danger.
Right. But knowing that she had security cameras, she could see that the daughter wasn't in any danger. She might have been acting rebellious by inviting a boy in the house, and God only knows what was going on, but she would have time to process that on the way home and not overreact by the time she got there.
Yeah, she would have called the police. I'm pretty sure about that. Well, first she would try to call my daughter, you know, tell her to get, you know,
get that motherfucker out of my house. Yeah,
get him out the house, and then she would have called the police if the dude didn't leave, and she would have called me, and she know I would have been pissed off because, you know, my children, even though like I never ever laid a hand on my daughter, but she has like a healthy. All my children have a healthy fear of me, for some reason.
As they should, sir. Yes.
So it's like all I had to do was like when they were in school. Our teacher was like, "Do you want me to call?" They said, "You want me to call your mother?" And they would just whatever. And they said, "You want me to call your dad?" No, please don't. In fact, my one of my kids reacted so strongly when they talked about calling me. They called CPS on me, man. They had me interviewed. They were like, "What do you do with these kids? Why are they so afraid of you?" I was like, "I didn't do nothing to them. Look at them. They don't have no bruises or nothing." I said, "I just don't allow them to like, you know, one thing is that they never disrespect me." And you know, they love me and everything, but they do have like a healthy fear that they don't want to experience something, even though they never experienced me, you know, being violent like that.
Right.
They don't want to, you know, they know I'm capable.
Yeah, same thing with me. But you know what? I never whipped my kids. I had all boys. Never had to whip my kids once. One of all the ones I had, and I have 4 boys. Only had to whip one time. I always taught them with consequences for their actions. I told this story a couple times. When I first started raising them, I gave them a choice. But there's going to be a consequence for them not listening to what I asked them to do. First time around, I said, that's 1. What's going to happen when I get to whatever the number was? Started off with 4, then it got down to only ask you 1 time. I'm going to get punished, or I'm going to get spanking. Okay, as long as you know. But as the years went on, that worked. I'd never had to use the threat of a belt. It's a consequence. So, I mean, there are other ways to raise our kids, but I think we were traumatized through our history as far as being slaves. The corporal punishment is the only way to get your child or anybody to be obedient.
Yeah, that's the way I was raised, and I had to deprogram myself from that because I stopped. I spanked my kids up to like a certain point when my 3 oldest ones, and I got to the point where I stopped, and I figured out there was other ways of how to discipline them without hitting them, and so I never touched my teenage daughter. Now she never got spanked or anything, and she was the one that was the most obedient. She never gave me any problems any time in her life. She listened to everything I say, never challenged me. And when she did get because she's a female, of course, I shouldn't say that. Well, she got a little attitude, and I would dial on her phone her older brother. I was like, ask your brother Elijah what happened when he was like would disobey me or get attitude, and he was like, oh, Dad would beat my butt, but that was only up to a certain age, But I got out of that and I stopped, because I learned a better way, and not passing on the trauma that I experienced.
Right. And that's, I think, is generational from slavery.
Exactly. I believe that
they
too.
were taught from the days of those days, and that kept on getting propagated from one generation to another. The only way to teach somebody is to beat them into submission. That's a fucked up way of looking at life.
I agree. And it took some time to get past that. Just like in the 70s, it was like colorism was really bad, man. It was I would see how they treat my siblings who were lighter skinned than me, different, and they didn't even realize it. My mom would say stuff about my skin color, and she's like is maybe darker than I am, and she would say stuff about it in a negative tone. Right. And I bring it up to her, and she doesn't even remember.
Yeah. I was very cognizant, even being as light as I was very cognizant of colorism at a very young age. And I never said, I told myself I would never allow that to be an advantage for me. And even if it was, I would turn into a spy. Because you know how some people get real relaxed with light-skinned people and feel like they can say anything. I'm almost like them. I'm part of the team. No, I ain't never been a part of your team.
I'm starting to feel left out right now. I'm not light-skinned, so what's going on?
I'm not light-skinned either. But
He just said my brothers were lighter. He felt the colorism because he saw it through his brothers, you know?
And my mom would say her mother did not want her because she was too dark. So her grandmother raised her, but she didn't realize she passed on that generational trauma. So it comes in different forms, whether it was skin color, and it took us, decades, to get over that, or even generations to kind of get over that. And I've seen it from the time I was, 1970s, a lot of different, because it was in the 80s, man. The light skinned brothers was in. You got El DeBarge.
We ain't never been out, man. Don't let them lie to you. We ain't never been out. There's always somebody out there saying, I want my baby. Listen. There was always somebody out there saying, I want my baby to have good hair. Okay. I don't want my kid to have no nappy hair. I want them to have good hair. So light skin, we never fell out. Because there's always some chick out there saying, I want my baby to have good hair.
Even Shamar Moore, he's like, instead of doing skin lightening, Shamar Moore is doing some darkening. I was like, I thought Shamar Moore was like the last hope of the light skinned generation.
Man, I told you we ain't leaning on nobody. We ain't never went out of style. We just let y'all think y'all were back in. That's all. But let's flip this to a global scale, man. How many other cultures have you seen dyeing their skin? Philippines here. My lady is a Morena, and they have a colorism problem here. They get bullied for being darker, and that has nothing to do with being black, even though they have the Eta people here. I know the Japanese dye their skin. I know the Koreans dye their skin, the Chinese, anybody that has any kind of melanation, and some of these Asian cultures are dyeing their skin in order to maintain it.
To Jamaica. Jamaica definitely.
Yeah.
I've never seen bleaching soap until I went to Jamaica. I was like, it's a real thing.
Yeah, it's wild over here. They even take shots, literal shots.
Actually, within the Black American community, though, it's turned it around, man. But I've seen it still international. You went in Africa, and even when I was in Togo, Africa, I was like, how can you have a predominantly black society and I see these stained glass windows of a white Jesus and white saints all over these black churches and these Caucasian statues? I was like, what's up?
You know what's wild? The Filipinos, they have black Jesuses in their churches, bro, holding crosses. They don't have white Jesus. They have black ones. I was like, what the hell? She showed me what's going on in their Catholic church, man. It's a black Jesus, bro. It ain't no damn white Jesus. Ain't no blonde hair, blue-eyed dude sitting up there holding the cross. It's a black guy.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, they have the black one in the Vatican too. So in many parts of Europe, they have it. So it was just before they started, doing that Renaissance. Then when they started changing everything, they must have been the missionaries who went to the Philippines must have used the pre-Renaissance type imagery in the Philippines.
Yeah. No, I've never touched a skin lightening thing, man. I sit in the sun all the time, man. I don't do that. This is just me. I'm lighter than her family. They're looking at me like, matter of fact, her sister, when I stepped off the plane, saw my legs and was like, can you ask him what he uses to lighten his skin?
She said that?
Yeah, she thought I was lightening my skin because they knew I was black, but they looked at me like, what the fuck? He lighter than us. So she thought I was naturally dyeing my skin because she did. Her sister dyes her skin, because she's self-conscious like that. I told my lady, I said, I don't want you doing that shit. Don't do that shit for me, don't do it for nobody else. If you ain't proud of your skin tone as much as she's been bullied in her life, nah, she ain't doing that shit.
Yeah, man,
I mean, she literally was shunned the whole time she was in school over her skin tone. And she has naturally curly hair. The two of those in combination in this country, those are double negatives. Curly hair and dark skin.
Everyone, somebody talking smack about you in the chat. They say you look like you bleach.
Yeah, no. I highlighted it. It's all good. Some people will say that. Depending on what part of the world they're from, they might think I am bleaching my skin, but I'm not. This is me. Obviously, you must not know what Louisiana Creole and Baltimore and Virginia mixes are. They're both light-skinned people. Even to the extreme of blonde hair, blue eyes. A lot of my family members have blonde hair, blue eyes, gray. I was born with blonde hair. Matter of fact, you can still pick up blonde hairs out of my head right now. It's admixture. It's called genetics. I used to get bullied in, matter of fact, I never got bullied, but I had a couple staff NCOs get jealous of me. Like in the summer, my hair turns red and I would get these blonde patches specifically on each side of my head. And one of these master sergeants looked at me and like, you must be dyeing your hair. I'm like, I'm not dyeing my hair. This is natural. I'm in the fucking desert. My hair turns colors based on the heat. Bullshit. You're blonde. You're blonding out your hair. I said, no, I'm not. You need to go to the doctor. They wanted me to go and get a medical test on my hair to see if I was bleaching my hair. Like it was that fucking serious. I said, okay. Went to the doctor. The doctor looked at me and like, what are you? And I said, this, and this. And he goes, oh, that's natural. I said, I understand that, but this master sergeant thinks I'm fucking dyeing my hair for some fucking reason. Like I have blonde hair for some reason. He goes, no, it's natural. I said, well, you need to write a fucking chit and so I can take it to him. He wrote on there, it's a natural phenomenon based on genetics. People's hair colors are going to be whatever the fuck it's going to be. And no, he don't need to take a goddamn test. I'd be walking in the offices smirking when shit like that happens. I mean, I'd be looking like, here you go, master sergeant. Anything else? Nah, get the fuck out of my office. All right. Yeah.
The comment in the pretty sure Jesus in the white or black, he would look like a typical Middle Eastern. Well, I would say Yeshua ben Yosef, who was because they didn't have a J back at the time, that came later on. The Europeans added that, but all I can say in the long term, it doesn't matter. But if you go look at the Vatican, what the Pope prays to, just look at the image, and it's not Middle Eastern. If you look at the icons that the Russians released, it's not Middle Eastern, and your prototypical Middle Eastern that you would see. But to me, I was like, it doesn't really matter. He is what you want him to be in terms of like their parents, because if you have faith.
Listen, the whole idea behind us even bringing up blonde hair and blue eyes, even if Jesus was Middle Eastern, he still wouldn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. Is the point. Regardless of melanation, regardless of his hair texture or whatever number that would be, as loose curly hair to hair like wool that's quoted in the Bible. He definitely wasn't a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. Let's put it that way. Right. It doesn't matter whether he was black, whether he was Middle Eastern, or some combination thereof. He wasn't white, and he didn't have blue eyes. That's the point. Right. But let somebody else tell you throughout history, that's exactly what he looked like, which is out of place at the time in that generation.
Yeah, I agree. To me, it's like if you have really faith, it doesn't matter. But if you actually go back, so Mr. Horseman, do you actually go? You can actually ask ChatGPT for references, and they'll give you references about the temples in Syria. The two there's two tribes that have the highest. I forgot. It's Kohanim haplogroup, which comes to the tribe of Aaron. So they trace it back to the Middle East. The places, the two tribes that have it are located in Africa. One's the Igbo and one's the Limba tribe in Southern Africa. So I wouldn't believe what the Renaissance says. Just look for yourself and look at the references about what the ancient Hebrews actually looked like. And they'll quote you like, temples in Syria. And they'll even show there's a picture where they attribute to Abraham when he visited Egypt. During the time of famine, he brought his family into Egypt, and it was a big deal because he was a king. But I look into this quite often. Just to me, it's like, why waste your time? But don't. I mean, if you have faith, it shouldn't matter. But if you want to look at a historical context, it's not a coincidence why genetic testing is banned in Israel.
Well, we
Let's put
already
it
know
that way.
they're Ashkenazi Jews. They're not the real Jews anyway. They come from Poland and Europe
Right.
nations.
They come from the Khazar Empire, you know, which was, you know, they converted, you know. But anyway, you know, people they tend to believe the Renaissance.
Yeah, there's two ways to become a Jew. One, by adopting the religion, and two, by blood. They are not by blood Jewish. They are adoptive of the Jewish religion. So there's the difference. Matter of fact, even Netanyahu has a Polish name. He changed it to Netanyahu.
It gets me how people get so offensive that the further you go back, the darker everything gets, and they just act like it's not, you know, it's so offensive to say that Jesus or the Hebrews were black people. But if you actually look at it very objectively and you go look at the sources, let's put it this way, he's a heck of a lot closer to looking like a black American than he is to looking like any European.
Right, exactly. And I agree with you, Horseman. Modern Iraq is Babylon. You're right. And Iran and all these places are all involved within the Bible and historical locations. A lot of countries and nations have been renamed throughout history.
Right.
So I absolutely agree with you. You get no argument from anybody on this panel when it comes to the region and existence. You get the argument when people try to say they're fair skin and blonde hair and blue eye. That we all know this is a lie. And
but we know that all Africa was black at one point during the Old Kingdom.
Based off of science, you can't believe that's even a factual statement, and they try to make it that way. But scientifically, where did you see a blonde hair, blue eye anybody in the Bible? Nowhere.
You know that it's been a consensus that Gene is only 8,000 to 10,000 years old. You know that, right, Horseman? Go look it up yourself. And also, it was a point when all of Northern Africa and the Palestinian area, what you call Palestine, was black. It was black people, man. I'm not making it up. You can go look for yourself. Just don't go out and buy this.
Listen, now be offended if you want, but when we say black, we're saying melanated skin. Okay, you can have any kind of hair texture and still be of melanated skin. You can call yourself whatever you want. Okay, but you still have melanated skin. You can call yourself an Arab. You can call yourself African. It's the hair texture that you're looking at more so than the color of your nation. There's degrees of being black. Look at me. Look at T-Mac. Look at David Dice. We're all black, but look at the degree of melanation in our skin tones. That's not an argument.
I was gonna say, wasn't it Moses that put his hand in his robe and then he took it out and it came out white? And also, you know, it says I called my son out of Egypt. And back during those times, you know, even Europe was 3,000 years ago was like predominantly melanated people. Mm-hmm. It's pretty much a modern thing. And I'm not making any of this up. You can look it up yourself. I would go look at actual sources and don't just go off of what's done, you know, from the Renaissance, all those paintings and stuff like that. But I don't care. I just like the truth. And but to me, it's like, why even debate about it? If you want Jesus to be white, fine. Yeshua ben Yosef. If you want to be white, let him be white. I don't care.
We understand. That's cool.
But they were mad at Putin when he came out with the icons.
No, I didn't know. What did he do? What did Putin do recently?
Oh, you hear about? Well, no, this was years ago. He released he opened the vault and he released the icon, and these icons were basically, they would be considered black people today. And people were so upset. And so Google that, the Russian icons, Horseman. Just check it out. And I really don't. To me, if it was the reason I bring this up is because I don't want to teach my children lies. And like something Ronin brought up that I didn't even know about, that there were multiple gods back in the time of, you know, when the Bible was written, and you know, the ancient Hebrews. I was like, what's Ronin talking about? And the more I did research, I was like, you know, this isn't hidden. It's all over the place. You have, you know, El is different from Yahweh. They're not. They weren't the same. El was the Most High.
People don't know how to read between the lines and understand the actual written word. God said there shall be no other gods before me. He wasn't in denial there weren't other gods. He said, don't put any other ones before me. See how you miss that when you read it? Thou should be put no other gods before me. Not that there are any other gods. There are other gods.
Yeah, and I looked into it. So I give you credit on that, Ronin, man. I was like, because I wasn't really aware of what you were talking about, but I went and looked, and that they have I know this isn't the subject, but they had Melchizedek, and when Abraham gave a tithe, a tenth of his wealth, is because they came from two different priestly orders. Melchizedek was under El. He was the king of Salem, which is later Jerusalem. And when you had, Yahweh, which actually was started by the Shazu people, they were first documented by the Egyptians. There were these desert-dwelling people that were the first worshipers of Yahweh. Yahweh was actually the son of El. So this is, and if you look to the Bible, it doesn't say it directly, but it does mention, if you read it objectively, it talks about other gods, even a female, I think it's Ashra or something like that. So anyway.
Like God has multiple names. I mean, obviously, if you grew up in a different part of the globe, you called him something different. Wasn't a standard name. It's whatever's written in the Bible is what we adopted it to be. But if you were an Indian, you worship the sun god, you worship the land, you had names for it, but it was still ultimately who? One being the sun, whoever. You have to be outside. So many people are just straight to the point. They don't know how to think spatially. So if it's written in black and white, it's got to be true. There can't be no gray area. Bullshit.
I learned to let all the how that strict interpretation of things go and start looking. And since I'm retired, I'm working. I'm thinking about getting my PhD in theology because I found it very interesting. But going back, like the Greek version of the Bible and the Dead Sea Scrolls did not match what came out of the Council of Nicaea. It didn't totally match.
You read the Book of Giants or you read the Book of Enoch?
I look at so I was looking. I downloaded the Ethiopian Bibles. So I started going with that.
I got one. I had actually a passport. I had Rob, no excuse, when he was in Ethiopia, get me an actual Ethiopian Bible and an original script, and I had him send it to me.
Engaged. Yeah, man. And this is what gets me, man. This is what I think when people they let go of like that what kind of divides us as people. Like they call people anti-Semitic. Arabic is a Semitic language. Ge'ez, which is the ancient Ethiopian language, is Semitic. A lot of those languages are Semitic. It's just not Hebrew. It's other languages that are Semitic, but people are saying you're anti-Semitic to only apply to one group.
Jesus didn't even speak Hebrew. He spoke.
Yeah, he spoke Aramaic. Aramaic.
So actually, the Aramaic or Muslim and Christians are related.
People, they're Semitic language.
People, yes.
Yeah, they are. And people they talk about
looking at each other, but y'all in denial, y'all related.
And what kills me is that they talk about the Arabs, but the original Southern Arabia was actually part of Ethiopia, part of the Aksum Empire, because the Queen of Sheba, who was basically had the son of King Solomon. She ruled Southern Arabia, which is now would be Oman or Yemen. It'd be Yemen right now. So basically, Yemen was part of Ethiopia, and her palace was actually located there. And the Queen of Sheba, Makeba, she had a son Menelik with King Solomon. Yes, I think people, if they actually look at history and read about it, and quit using the Renaissance interpretations that was kind of shaped by white supremacy, they would it would break down a lot of these barriers. There's nothing offensive about being black, or there's nothing offensive about the whole world starting off was that way.
The way you were born is you're allowing yourself to be offended because of the choice that you weren't allowed to have. You know what I'm saying? You are what you are. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Who you are, what color you are, it doesn't matter. It doesn't limit you unless you allow it to limit you.
But and I understand that they look at people now. So you're right now, going back, Jamaica when it was first I would say, colonizing, they brought in, slavery. It wasn't like all black, but now you go to Jamaica now, you go to the Hispaniola, it's predominantly black right now, but it wasn't that way, in the 1500s, right? So it was like things change over time. So there's like there was and this is like all documented, the Arab invasions. We know when they pushed a lot of the people who would be considered sub-Saharan African, they moved them, they were displaced. And of course, there wasn't the Sahara Desert. That was a green lush area. They had whale bones, actually, in the desert itself now. So things change over time.
Yeah, the original map is way different than the maps that they put out now. Africa is the largest continent out there, and it doesn't allow Africa to look like that. They shrunk some parts and made other parts look bigger based on who was the controlling factions when it came to making that map.
Like have you visited Africa before?
I have not.
Man, it totally changed my perspective of how it was portrayed when I visited. I went to Togo, and granted, they lack water, but it was the most, if you think of a Garden of Eden, that is so, if you look at a map, you see it's really green, right? They can actually grow all their food without farming. I was just like, this is incredible. But they don't have enough water, but it's like they grow, everything was just growing off the trees from the ground, and they didn't even have to farm. All they had to do was harvest, right? Because it just grew naturally. And it totally destroys your depiction of how like Africa was, especially in this western part of Africa.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, you should Togo and Ghana, because Togo used to be part of Ghana, right? It's just like, the Germans and the French later on after the Germans, when they they took it over, separated the Gold Coast, except Ghana kept the gold. But but Togo, man, we went to the villages because we were trying to help them out with some projects to help them get water, right? But it was like the most lush vegetation place I've ever seen in my life, in terms of like how you had cocoa growing on the trees, you had okra, you had all this stuff. They had the trees where they get the fufu from. And it was just like, it was incredible, man. It was just like, the one thing they did not lack for was food. They lacked for water, but not food. But people are taught, the Ronin must have got kicked or something, booted. But it was pretty incredible, man. I was like, it totally changed my perspective. I went over there for humanitarian, reasons. That I was donating engineering time, so that way we can help the villages build structures for solar wells. And also I was helping them design like a electrical system so they can have like 24-hour power and all kinds of stuff. But it opened my mind. I'm sorry?
Have you visited Togo since then? Or?
No, I haven't gone back. I had a little disagreement with the founders of the nonprofit. But it definitely was a different experience about how cultures interact. And it was like, even though, yes, we're darker skinned, we're black people, but going over there, it was just different. It was like you would go from one area of Togo, and like when I walked in the house, they would not even look at you or address you when you walk into the house. They would first wait for you to be served like some like snacks and water or something to drink before they would even address you. And then they would address you and welcome you in. It was like strange, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not our culture. So they all had different ways of how they would greet you for each village. And when we went to the villages, they would give us gifts. Sometimes they would give us, and these weren't rich villages. They were mostly like poor people, but they had plenty of food. So they would either give us some of their vegetation, like some crops, whether it was like, say, like cabbage or lettuce or whatever, or corn or whatever it is. I didn't see corn, but that's just an example. And they gave us some turkeys. So one village, man, it was cool, but that turkey didn't last a day because one of the guys who was with us, his sister had a restaurant, so that turkey was on the menu. Yeah, it was a great experience, man. Just traveling. I've been to about 41 countries, man. So a lot of things that people say or see on TV, and they take it as the gospel because what they're taught here in the North America or in the Western society, it doesn't match what's actually out there. When I was in Germany, I went a place called Augsburg. You have all these black statues, and I was like, why are these black statues and paintings here? And you don't think about it because the Moors actually made their way, and they were, I guess you could say, they were celebrated in this town because of they gave character to it, meaning that. So this hotel I stayed in, Napoleon Bonaparte has stayed in it. So it was called Drei Mohren. That means three Moors. So they told me that at first I was kind of offended because I said, "Why are these statues? Are you making fun of black people?" They're like, "No." They said we had it was like hundreds of years ago when the Moors were, had occupied large parts of Europe. They actually made their way to this town, and it was during the winter time, so they couldn't return back to their people. They were these Moorish warriors. So the people took care of them over the winter time, and they left, when it was spring. So since then, they paid homage to the Moors. Augsburg is one of the oldest towns in Germany. It was over 2,000 years old. It was a Roman trading port, or trading post, I should say. And if you type in Drei Mohren, DREI, it means three in German, and MOHREN, it means more. So anybody could type that in, you'll see the pictures of the three Moors. So I don't know if Roland's coming back, but it's like, yeah, it's interesting, man. That's why I love to travel. I plan to go back to. I've been to Spain several times, but I'm gonna spend about maybe 3 weeks in Al-Andalus. Are you talking, bro? I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I was actually taking a note that
Like the volume's so low. Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you
Hello?
now. But before, yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think my volume is acting up. But yeah, I was taking notes because, like you said, I would always try to ask questions prior to me going somewhere, like check out local land sites or get information on the history of certain places. So I was just taking notes while you were talking. Sorry about that, man.
No problem. And the Europeans, they know a lot of this information. And I talked to them about it when I was over there because I did a lot of work with some NATO countries over some defense projects. But anyway, we were talking about all this stuff, and they weren't surprised and they weren't offended. But some of my colleagues from the U.S., they were like in shock, man, because even some of the guys, they were like Dutch dudes I was talking to, and German dudes. They're like, "Oh yeah, we read books about Dr. Claude Anderson and about history." And for them, it was no surprise. But for the people who were educated in the U.S., they didn't know anything about that, and they didn't know anything about how in Egypt, or I'll call it Kemet, how in the 1974 UNESCO conference, how Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophile Obenga, they overturned the narrative that Northern Africa was populated by, that it wasn't any quote unquote sub-Saharan people there. And Sheikh Anta Diop actually came up with a skin dopage test where you can test the melanin content of the mummies and show and prove it. So this is all like public. You can look at it. His name is Sheikh Cheikh Anta
IKH
Anta Anta Diop Diop. There's a university in Senegal named after him. And if you type in his name, it'll say exactly what I'm telling you about the melanin dopage test.
Right.
And they also have the 1974 UNESCO conference where they settled that it was, they tried to deny it, but you know, it was more sub-Saharan society, especially the Old Kingdom, when all the monuments were built. And so these two guys, he's still alive, Dr. Theophilo Binga, but Sheikh Anta Diop, he's passed on many years ago, and he was a mentor for people like Dr. Ivan van Sertima. So how does this come back? It's basically because some of these gentlemen, they wrote some works about Europe, about the Moors, and there were like four different Moors invasions, and how the first two universities in Europe were built by Africans.
Right.
I think it was University of Salamanca and some other ones. And when I went there, people see for themselves. A lot of times people get offended because they see what they see from the Renaissance, and they don't even realize that there's a picture that they supposedly came from Egypt, and what they did was they actually modified it, and the original painting is still there in the temple or the burial chamber, and it supposedly showed four different races. It showed like a Libyan, a Nubian, an Egyptian, and a Semitic person, right? While in the original painting in the tomb, they were all dark, right? But you could see the ones that they published in the books. They had purposely changed some of them to be like, much lighter skin and white, and they made the Egyptian person kind of like a brownish skin, and they made the Nubian real dark. But the original painting was definitely not like that. And it's funny how people ignore the original. And I'm not saying all this that I just I started kind of down this journey to learn about this because I wanted to teach my children the truth and not things that were just taught based upon, the Western bias. Put it that way.
Exactly. Like I know a lot of Western, any ideas that flow through the Western system is always modified to fit their narrative. So you have to take it like a grain of salt. So I could definitely see that. Definitely.
Yeah. So I'm writing a book, a fictional book, and I'm also working on like a history book to kind of dispel some of the fallacies, I would say. So they published this DNA test. It was taken at it was on the outskirts of what was considered quote unquote Egypt. And it was, because Egypt over time had like a lot of invaders. So there was an area, I think it was in the eastern part of it, and it was kind of like a border area. And they said, oh, these people here had very little sub-Saharan blood, right? But when they actually went to the Valley of the Kings, I have the report, which had taken more samples, and they were taken from like the older Middle Kingdom. And it was like all these famous pharaohs. And I have I can actually send you the spreadsheet, and it shows that they had 90% or more what would be considered sub-Saharan African blood or genetics, I would say. So that when they did the DNA test, it was pretty interesting, man. But when you go to look at these magazines, they'll show the one that was taken, which only had like 100 and something mummies, like 140 or less, and it was taken at this on the far reaches of like Egypt, as opposed to the heart of Egypt in the Valley of the Kings, and where they actually did the DNA test. And I have all the paper and everything. Hey, welcome back, Ronin. We're just keeping them talking about history and stuff while you're going.
I don't understand, man. The Philippines is wild sometimes. They'll just turn your internet off for no reason. It's not storming. It's sunny as hell outside. There's nothing going on, but every once in a while they just flip the switch and say, "Oh, we're gonna turn off your internet for a while." What the hell? They don't care nothing about customer service. They don't care how many people they piss off. If people in the middle of working, nothing. They just turn it off.
That's why I need patience to live overseas sometimes. You have to have patience.
Yeah. So I'm on a hotspot right now through my cell phone. Running the show. I'm running my PC through a hotspot for the internet connection to run the show right now. So
yeah, I had to do that for a couple of days, man. For like 3 days one time, I had to use my cell phone to run my internet
Yeah,
devices.
it's crazy, man. That's some of the things I miss about being in the U.S. That's why I said I'm going to go back for a little while. But I really want to get a mobile Starlink,
Okay.
and just keep that as a backup kind of thing to this system that's in the house. But yeah, this is a very unreliable satellite company, or well, internet company.
Yeah, fellas. I hate to cut it short, but I gotta be up at 5.
Oh, you ain't cutting it short, brother. It's late for y'all over there. You know.
Yeah, it's almost 2:08. Yeah, it's like 1:37 here.
Yeah, it's
But,
2:37 here, and it's only the afternoon on Friday afternoon. So
anyway, it's been a pleasure. You know.
yeah, I appreciate you coming up, T-Mac, and always the support from both of you gentlemen. Really, I do. I appreciate it. So now that I'm back, I can actually officially close out the show. Any closing remarks on the situation? What do you guys think is going to be the verdict? Just guessing right now, where you at? Is she going to be acquitted, or is she going to do some time?
Time.
How much it varies. I think she should get life. That's just me.
Okay.
I think she should get life. The way she did.
She's getting time too.
I think she should get like 20 years of life, man, because I think what she did was like execution, man. I didn't see any like, cause you can't tell that young man's age, man. He could have been a minor from the way he looked like a young kid. And she took away his his life and his potential, and he didn't seem, from the actions that I've heard about, he didn't seem like malicious. And how many of us in our younger days, man, had to run from somebody's house or hide from parents coming in? I might have been guilty of that, or maybe one of my sons had done it, and we want them terminated because somebody came in and then wanted to were upset about something and take his life.
Yeah,
I just think
and the whole thing is she knows her daughter, so that's the other factor. Your daughter was like that, so to blame the boy when you can see on the camera that she literally let him in, and to have that much anger at the same time, like I think David said it. I think she's taking that out from other trauma she had in her life. Aside from just with the experience of her daughter, but her own life experiences, she kind of wrapping it all up into one thing.
Hey, Ronin and T-Mac, what's the worst part actually? Not that it compares to the guy losing his life, but in regards to her daughter's behavior, she didn't stop anything. Her daughter's probably going to do this even more now.
She's on the internet right now. I told you 2 days ago she was filming like nothing happened.
So she didn't really stop anything.
No reports, nothing like that. Like they are so numb to death and loss and all these things, that she doesn't even feel halfway bad that she can be upset for a week. She's right back at it.
And I think the daughter's reaction, because I think someone mentioned that she posted something about her mother and her. I think that's going to play a role in the outcome of the case too. Because of course, look at that.
The things that are going on right now, whoever is prosecuting the case, whoever is defending the case, they're looking at the current actions of what's going on within that household. The mom's interaction, the daughter's interaction, whether there's some kind of remorse, and the actions of inviting the boy over, even though she knew her mom had a veiled threat of shooting the next boy that came in the house. None of that seems to matter to either one of them.
And the family of the victim, they lost, their son, and like it could happen to any of us who have, teenage children or even adult children. They might have made, that miscalculation and listened to some girl and said, "Don't worry about it. My moms are not going to be home for another 5 hours." And what happens? She comes home and catches them.
Right, and then that puts the mom and the head, the eyesight of a civil case. Wrongful termination or wrongful death. But again, what are you going to sue out of a single mother with multiple children? You get what I mean? So again, there's a legacy loss, and one that gets to continue to live, even though she's the one that causes the other's death.
But yeah, All
right, brothers.
All right, brother.
T-Mac, appreciate y'all. Love y'all, man.
All right, yeah, take care, brother.
All right.
And everybody else in the chat, I appreciate you guys joining us. I know it's a late night chat. You guys might be on your second or third shifts, whatever it may be. I appreciate you guys spending time with us. So many other choices to do, but you chose to be with us at Hit and Run, and we appreciate it. And with that, we're out.
Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts.
This is Hit Run.
This is Hit and Run. I've walked through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. Seen men fall when the lights got bright. Seen truth drown in a headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weak hands pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough.
This is Hit and Run.
Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess.
Hit and Run.
Hard truth, overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening and I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mine. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg, just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrill. So we told that line, never sell our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is Hit and Run.
Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong.
Hit and Run.
Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run. No emotion, just evidence.